Okay, we are back on the record. The record will reflect the witnesses on the stand and the parties are present. Mr. Lowe is at the podium. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. One housekeeping item. We removed Exhibit 2519 into evidence.
Mr. Evans? I think that's the...
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Federight.
Hello.
Before the lunch break, we were talking about users' ability to pick from among different stores. And I'm going to ask Mr. Spalding to put up slide number 6. Mr. Federight, can you tell us what we're looking at on the screen here?
Yes. This is a screenshot of an actual website that was used as a malware distribution mechanism. There was a commercial application called SketchUp where the attacker turned it into a Trojan by putting malware into SketchUp and then created a website that was meant to exactly mirror the look of the of an Apple site. You can see even across the top, it looks like an Apple marketing site with Mac, iPad, iPhone, and watch, etc. But when the user downloaded this, they were actually not downloading from Apple. They were downloading from an attacker site and were downloading malware.
Thank you. You can take that down, Mr. Spalding. To continue our discussion regarding app distribution, if Apple were to open up app distribution to all parties, would that open up the possibility of users getting apps from other users?
Yes, certainly. One of the ways software could be distributed was via direct messaging or handing someone a USB stick or equivalent, for sure.
And does the ability for a user to download and install an app directly from another user, does that create any security implications?
It does, yes. You could get access potentially to where you think you're getting a message from a trusted friend, but actually maybe the contact list has been pulled from your friend's device and it's not really from him, but you install it because you trust him that he says this is a great app, and that's the way you get the malware.
We've been talking a lot this morning or now this afternoon about iOS device users. If app distribution were to be opened up so that side loading is allowed for iOS devices, do you think that would have any impact on iOS developers?
Certainly. One of the great things about, we think about the App Store is it's a trusted source of apps, and because of that trust and that confidence that users have, they are very free about trying out new software, about trying new apps, about downloading lots of things, and that's helped build this really unprecedented scale of activity for developers, of opportunity for developers on the App Store. If they become more wary, if they start having bad experiences where they feel like they have to be careful and don't trust downloading, this means they're less likely to do so, and this means less opportunities, especially for new developers who might be trying to get recognized. They might be seemingly less trusted, and they're less likely to have a good opportunity to reach users.
Okay. So we've been talking about the various things that Apple does to protect security. Do you believe that the security functions are something that Apple might be able to hand off to a third party to do?
Certainly, I think that there are parts of our security stack that is integrated in a way end-to-end, really from silicon and operating system up through our code signing, our services, and our review. It would be difficult to accomplish with an entity outside of Apple effectively.
And then what about for privacy issues? Would you have any concerns if the control over and the protection of user privacy were handed off to a third party outside of Apple?
I would have grave concerns. I think there are a number of business entities who have really very different philosophies about privacy than Apple do, and of course users who who want those, have that expectation. They may choose to buy another product like an Android phone, but many people who buy an iPhone buy it because of our unique values on security and privacy. And I do fear that many companies would not enforce the same kinds of guidelines that we believe our customers really care about.
And let me just ask a variation of that. If Apple as well as third parties were permitted to distribute apps, would that have any impact on Apple's ability to enforce its privacy policies?
In practice, for sure, because many developers may choose, if they want to engage in activities that are not consistent with Apple's privacy policies, they would seek distribution from distribution points that don't have those protections. And now users would end up very often being forced to download from those alternatives if they wanted to get those apps.
Mr. Federight, do you believe that Apple is incentivized to protect the security and the privacy of iOS device users?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's completely central to what we do. I think when users buy an Apple device, they're buying it because they've chosen an intuitive, consistent user experience that's safe, that they can trust, and those are things we have invested tremendously in creating and maintaining, and that is a great value to the differentiation of our product. I don't think anyone else cares as much about maintaining those assets or that user promise as Apple does for our customers.
We've been talking about security and privacy. Let me switch topics for a little bit. As part of your work on the operating systems, do you have any responsibility for the iOS human interface aspects?
Yes. So my team, as I mentioned earlier, the operating system that we create really runs the gamut from the low-level engine to the icons on the screen, the gestures you use to swipe between your home pages and launch applications and so forth. So working in concert with our human interface design team, my team delivers all of those, the iOS user experience.
And you made a little bit of reference to it already, but when you're talking about human interface in the context of an iOS device, what do you mean by that?
So it's how it looks, how it works, how you interact with it. So if you're familiar with your iPhone, you know about the grid of apps and how you tap them and how they open and how you exit an app, how you move between applications, that whole, how the controls look, all the things that make an iOS device really easy for so many people to use. That's part of that user experience that we define.
And in your work on the human interface aspects of the operating system, do you have to consider streaming games from time to time?
This is definitely a new area that's come up over the last few years, yes.
Okay. And well, first, do you know whether iOS supports streaming games?
We do.
Okay. And does Apple require streaming games to comply with any human interface requirements?
We do. So all apps that are distributed through the App Store are required to meet our human interface guidelines, which help maintain a consistent and easy-to-use experience for our customers when they download apps from the App Store. And, of course, streaming games are no different.
Are streaming games on iOS devices required to be individualized?
So, yes. So central to the iOS user model is this idea of how apps are managed. Really, apps are kind of the center of the iOS experience. You open your device, and there's a bunch of apps on that home screen. You, as a user, are accustomed to how you discover apps, how you launch apps, how you delete them, how you switch between them, how you manage them, all of that. And so for streaming apps, our policy is that each streaming game, which constitutes for the user a distinct application experience, be distributed as a distinct app that they can discover in a consistent way from the App Store, download and launch independently from other games on the streaming service.
Okay. Outside of just the experience aspect of individualized apps, are there any privacy control reasons for the individualized app requirement with respect to streaming apps for games?
Yes, there are certainly privacy and management reasons. Users certainly are accustomed to setting parental controls, for instance, on a per game limit or per app limit. They're accustomed to getting asked to buy notifications before maybe their child would get access to another title or screen time monitoring. But also when it comes to privacy, when, as we discussed earlier, for each app, the user is given the choice what they allow the app to access. So you might say that if I were playing Pokemon Go, which involves finding things in the real world, I might allow that app access to the camera and access to location. That's something that game needs. But I might be playing, I don't know, Assassin's Creed, and I would not give that app access to location or access to the camera. I get individual control if everything on if each app is managed distinctly as an app where the user has privacy controls.
And so let me just ask the question from the other's perspective. If a developer were permitted to lump all of their apps together into a single app, what implications, if any, would that have on Apple's privacy and control policies?
Well, you lose all of that individual management. So now you'd have to give that aggregator app access to the sum of all the permissions of any apps you used. You'd have to say, well, I guess this app I play, the Pokemon Go, needs location, so I'll give the aggregate app location. And then, oh, this app needs my contacts, and that's okay, so I'll give it that. But now they all have it, potentially. There's no way at the system level for us to enforce or give you visibility as to which of these applications has that access.
Are you familiar with games that have user-created content?
Sure, things like Minecraft and yeah.
Yeah. So can you explain what you understand user-created content to mean in the context of game apps?
Sure. So very often games define a kind of interface style, a graphical style, a control scheme, kind of the way it feels to use the game, the way the world works. And then some games, like Minecraft, let you modify the world. Maybe create another place to play and a little level or an adventure, for instance. The mechanics are the same. The game is, it's Minecraft, but you're playing in a different area of Minecraft, essentially.
Okay. So then from a human interface perspective, how does Apple look at games with user-created content?
Well, we look at them as given as long as the experience is consistent where it feels more like different parts of a common experience and common game, we find that a user in their mind thinks of it as one game. In other words, if you asked a kid who's playing, some particular part of Minecraft and you said, what are you playing? They're going to say, well, I'm playing Minecraft. This is a bit different than on let's say a streaming service that was aggregated where if you were playing Halo or you were playing Pokemon Go in the service, if I asked you what you were playing, you would say, I'm playing Pokemon Go. You wouldn't say I'm playing, Xcode Cloud or something like that. And so we want the user model and the interface model to match. That's what delivers an intuitive experience.
Now, Ms. Federight, are you aware that on the iOS App Store, there are certain apps that allow, for example, streaming media like Netflix?
Of course, yes.
And apps like Netflix, are you aware that they may have very different genres of shows or movies, and they'll have series and also movies and documentaries? You're aware that it can have a variety of content there?
Yes.
Okay. So comparing to what the human interface aspects of the streaming games you just talked about, how does Apple view something like Netflix, which may have a variety of shows of different genres?
Yeah, so media, from the outset of the different definition of the iOS user experience, media like music or video has always been managed in collections as part of apps, whether it's the Apple Music app or Spotify or the video app, and those individual experiences, one song or another song, one video or another video, these are not different application experiences from the user's point of view. There's a play button, there's a pause button. They play the same way. They don't require unique security permissions. The user often doesn't have, with a single episode, let's say, the kind of 30 to 100-hour relationship they might have with a given game title that they're coming back to repeatedly. So we draw a real distinction between the user's expectations for playing and managing apps than we do for individual pieces of media for passive consumption inside of something like Netflix.
And so when something like Netflix has different movies or different shows, does Apple require them to be separated out into individual apps?
No, that wouldn't make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Federight. Your Honor, pass the witness.
Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, he's getting ready. I take it you still have that opinion after everybody's been binge watching during the pandemic.
There's certainly been a lot of quantity, hasn't there? But to answer your question directly, yes, I still hold that opinion.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Federight.
Hi.
Seeing you again. Better in real life than over Zoom. Your Honor, may I approach and provide some binders?
And maybe you can pick up the binders too on your way back, Mr.
That's a lot.
So, Mr. Federight, I'd like to start with a couple of things that you went over on your direct. And maybe I'll start from the end. I think you said that apps are the center of the iOS experience. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said that in the context that Apple's current model, you believe, is good for developers, correct?
That was in the context in which I made that particular remark.
That was your testimony, that the current model by Apple is favorable to developers, correct?
Broadly so, yes.
But Apple has gotten that testimony from you. Apple doesn't have a single developer coming in here and saying that the developers support Apple's current model, correct?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
The question is, does Apple have a single developer coming into this court and saying that they believe that Apple's current model is somehow good for developers?
Well, I actually don't know.
Okay. The court asked you about some data about malware, et cetera, you recall?
Yes.
And you cited some Nokia report that obviously you have not conducted, correct? That's not a study you conducted?
That's correct. I didn't.
And that's not a study you were involved with?
No, I just read it.
And obviously that study is not going to be in evidence, but when I asked you in your deposition if you had any statistics at all about the prevalence of malware in notarized applications downloaded from a third-party store on the Mac, you told me you have none, correct?
That's not quite the way I answered the question at the time.
Okay.
What I described to you.
Sir,
Okay.
if you have before you, Your Honor, I'd like to direct Mr. Federight to his deposition at pages 59, line 24 to 60, line 5.
I'm sorry, where are we going?
So, Mr. Evans, he needs direction.
Sir, if you go to your deposition transcript, which I believe is a separate spiral
Yes.
booklet, and if you go to page 59, line 24,
Okay.
and you see that I asked you, do you have any numbers of the prevalence of malware in signed notarized applications downloaded from third-party stores? And you answered, I don't. Yes.
Yes.
And then I asked you, do you know if there have been any? And you say, I don't have any data on that at all, correct?
That's correct, but I do have that data now.
That's what you said at the time?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Now, you also were asked some questions about the enterprise program, correct?
Yes.
Now, the enterprise program works through a certificate that Apple gives, correct?
Yes.
And that certificate allows the developer to essentially install an app on any phone that has the requisite profile, correct?
Correct. The user first installs the profile, and then they could run an app distributed by that developer.
And that does not go through any process like notarization or anything like that, correct?
That's correct.
And when you say that there have been stores in China that use that process, those stores have had to be vetted by Apple first before obtaining that certificate, correct?
They had to apply for an enterprise developer certificate and claim to be a business, correct?
Okay. And so to the extent these stores operated in China, that was because Apple failed to do a thorough background check on these stores, correct?
That's a very tough job.
Yes, sir. That was a failure on Apple's part to do a thorough background check, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it that way, but if we figured out that those people...
Sir, it's a yes or no question. That was because Apple failed to conduct a thorough enough background check, isn't it?
I can't really answer that as a yes, no.
You don't know?
Sorry. I do know. You said thorough enough. That presupposes
Sir,
that if
these stores received a certificate,
yeah,
correct?
They did receive a certificate. That is
They
correct.
received the certificate after validation by Apple, correct?
That's correct.
And as it turns out, they should not have received that certificate, correct?
Ultimately, yes.
Thank you. Now, you were, I think you mentioned it upfront, that from 1999 to 2009, you worked for a company called Ariba, correct?
Yes.
And when you rejoined Apple in 2009, you worked on engineering for the Mac OS, correct?
Yes.
And at the time, you had very little responsibility for iOS, correct?
Yes.
you did not take over direct responsibilities for iOS until the 2011-2012 time period, correct?
That's correct. It was actually late 2012.
Okay.
I took over responsibility for
That's
part.
enough, sir. Okay, you answered the question. And so you were not at Apple when the first iPhone was launched in 2007, correct?
That's correct.
And you were not at Apple when the iOS App Store launched in 2008, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in 2012, when you did take over responsibility for iOS, you did not join what's called the ERB, or Executive Review Board, that oversees app review, correct?
Personally, no.
And therefore, you have no personal first-hand knowledge of any decisions concerning the launch of the iPhone, correct? You were not there?
Right, I heard about it after the fact.
And you don't have any personal first-hand knowledge about the launch of the iOS App Store, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have no first-hand knowledge of what considerations went into the design process for opening of the App Store, correct?
Only from talking to the people who did the work.
Understand, sir. My question was about your first-hand knowledge. You have none, correct? You were not there.
I was not there at the time, correct.
And you have no first-hand knowledge of any threat model performed by the iOS security team at the time of the launch of the iPhone, correct?
Yeah, only retrospectively.
And any threat modeling that was done at the time was done by the people who were there and in charge of security at the time, correct? Now, at the time, the person who was tasked with developing iOS was Mr. Forster, correct?
He headed up the program, yes.
We do understand that Mr. Forster at the time was a proponent of using what's known as Mac OS X as the basis for the iPhone OS, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, if Mr. Forster testified to that, is he wrong?
He wanted, I talked to Mr. Forstall about this.
Sir, if Mr. Forster testified to that, was he wrong?
I think he might have been imprecise.
So if you turn to your tab 1 of your binder, go to page 57 of Mr. Forstall's deposition.
I'm sorry, could you tell me the page number again?
He said
Page
tab
57, at line 2. I asked Mr. Forstall who was the main proponent of using the Mac OS X as the basis for the operating system for the phone, and he said, I was. You see that?
Yeah, no, I'm not on your page. I'm sorry. One moment. Yes, I found it.
Did he say that?
That's what it says.
And you have any reason to dispute that?
Yes.
You believe Mr. Forster was wrong in his response?
No, again, he was just
Sir,
speaking
you
a little
believe he
generally.
was wrong? It's a yes or no question.
He was imprecise.
Okay. Now, in 2011, you took over the operating system software outside of iOS, correct?
Yes, and some of the foundations of iOS.
And at the time, your team delivered the shared components between macOS and iOS, correct?
Correct.
And that was more than half of the software that underpinned iOS, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified already that both operating systems share the same kernel, correct?
Yes.
So do you recall a person who used to work under you by the name of Mitch Adler?
Not well. The name's familiar, but I don't know him well.
Okay. You recall that Mr. Adler worked in the security area and then left Apple around 2017 to work in the security area for Google?
I might be thinking of the person who did that. I'm not sure if it's Mitch Adler.
And we know a person by the name of John Wright, who I believe still works here.
The only John Wright that I can think of does not work at Apple anymore.
Okay, then he left recently?
No, many years ago.
Okay, and I know you know a person by the name of Dallas Diassi, correct?
I do.
And he does still work at Apple?
He does.
And he works on security, correct?
No, he works on compilers.
Okay, he used to work in security, correct?
Yes, correct.
For many years?
Yes.
And for instance, when Apple first participated in Black Hat in 2012, Apple sent Mr. Diassi to speak at Black Hat, correct?
I believe that's for that date, yes.
And Mr. Diassi was manager at the platform security team, correct?
Can you spell his last name, please?
D-D-E, Atley, A-T-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
And Mr. Forstall told me that in 2007, Mr. Adler, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Diassi oversaw security on both iOS and macOS. You have no reason to dispute that, correct?
They ran different functions. So there was an iOS security organization and a macOS security organization. So it may have been speaking that collectively they owned it, but they were two different teams at that time.
I understand. And thank you for the clarification. But jointly, they oversaw security on both sides of the OS, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you turn in your binder to the document marked PX877, I believe it's in binder number 1, so it's the same one you looked for Mr. Forstall's deposition earlier.
Okay.
And you see that it's a document or report entitled Third-Party Application on Mac OS 10 Embedded. You see that?
I do.
And I will represent to you that the document, notwithstanding what's on the cover, is from November 2007.
Okay.
And you see on the cover that the document was prepared by Mr. Adler, Mr. Wright, Mr. Diassi, as well as some unnamed others, correct?
Yes, it says that.
And you understand that in this context, Mac OS 10 Embedded refers to the iPhone operating system?
I believe it does.
And if you turn to the second page, you see the first line in the document states that Apple wants to, quote, allow third parties to develop applications for the Mac OS 10 embedded platform, correct?
The first line where? I'm looking at
page
page 877. We want to allow third parties to develop?
We want to allow third parties to develop applications for the Mac OS 10 embedded platform. Do you see that?
I do.
And the we there is Apple, correct?
I believe so. Group.
And the document then contemplates in the next couple of lines, a transition from a closed system to an open model, correct?
It says that.
And given the timing, late 2007, do you understand this to be a document from the security team discussing the opening up of the iPhone to third-party applications?
I think it's anticipating how they might architect such a system.
Okay. Now, the document then lays out two assumptions. You see that under the heading assumptions?
I do.
And the first assumption is that all code running on the device will be signed. And then they say, we intend to sign all applications that run on the device, correct?
Yes.
And you understand it by saying that we intend to sign the model proposed here, or the architecture, as we call it, contemplates signing of every application by Apple, correct?
Yes.
Now, the paper goes on to explain that by signing every binary, we can uniquely identify running code. We will know who created it, and we'll have the ability to revoke its access to the system, correct?
Yes.
Now, the second assumption is that Apple, quote, will execute running code within a sandbox, correct?
Yes.
And I think you touched on that on your direct. The purpose of an app being sandbox is to restrict that app from accessing files from other apps or from making changes to the device itself, correct?
Yes.
And it's also correct that sandboxing is an important security feature because it restricts access to system resources and user data to contain damage if an app becomes compromised, correct?
Yes.
So let's turn to the next section of the report that speaks to goals. And here the paper lists that one of the goals is to encourage and foster development of applications by individuals, third-party software vendors, and corporations, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
And that's still a goal of Apple's today, correct?
Yes.
And that's a goal of Apple because Apple understands that apps add value to the iPhone, correct?
Yes.
Now turn to the second goal, malware reduction. You see that?
I do.
And the security team writes that in order to prevent and discourage the deployment of malware on the platform, code signing would provide a basis for identifying and revoking bad applications, correct?
Yes.
And they go on to say that Apple will reiterate on a sandbox model to protect users from malicious code before it has the chance to cause problems, correct?
Yes.
The document also says that Apple may choose to restrict access to specific system services or interfaces and specifically give the example of selective access to Edge, correct?
Yes.
And that's limited access thing, I think you've spoken a little bit about it in your direct. That's essentially the idea of entitlements, correct?
Yes.
And the overall approach that we just discussed, signing all codes, tight sandboxing, and a system of limited entitlements, all of these are features of current iOS architecture, correct?
Yes.
So let's turn to the third page, which speaks to distribution method. You see that?
I do.
And in the first paragraph, the security team writes that third-party applications can be distributed through iTunes, but then they write, however, our model will allow for third parties to distribute their own applications. Do you see that?
Yes.
And go down a couple of paragraphs and you see that the same thing writes, signing does not imply a specific distribution method, and it's left as a policy decision as to whether Apple's signed applications are posted to the online store or we allow developers to distribute on their own, correct?
Yeah, though I believe it says that iTunes will be the distribution mechanism, the preferred one.
Sir, did I read this correctly?
I think you skipped over a section. We will distribute third-party applications through the iTunes Music Store, which is the name that then became the App Store.
Sorry, sir, we're not talking about the same paragraph.
Okay.
Go down to the third paragraph, and this is the portion that I read and asked you to see. Signing does not imply a specific distribution method, and it's left as a policy decision as to whether Apple signed applications are posted to the online store or we allow developers to distribute on their own. Are you with me now?
Yes, I see that. Thank you.
And I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, if you turn to 877.6, which is marked Appendix C.
I'm sorry, can you give me a second?
Sure. It's the same document. It's just a couple of pages forward.
Page?
877.6. It says Appendix C at the top.
It's the same document.
Yep, I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you. And you see that this has developer scenarios on it?
I do.
And one scenario is guy in his basement, correct? Guy in his basement. Sounds improbable, but that's what it says on the paper. So do you see that?
I do.
And if you go to point 3 in guy in his basement, it speaks to once the developer decides that they have a final version to deploy, they submit to Apple for signing, then they get signed image and deploy as they wish, correct?
That's what it says.
And the same idea is also reflected in the next set of bullet points, which is headed EA. You see that?
I do.
And in EA, they have get signed image and deploy, and there are several options using a custom scheme, freeware, for deal with Apple for DRM. You see that?
I do.
And EA is what?
I don't know, it may refer to Electronic Arts.
That sounds like Electronic Arts, correct?
It may be.
Okay. Electronic Arts is certainly an example of a big developer as opposed to the guy in his basement, correct?
Yes.
And so the model contemplated in this white paper requires Apple involvement in the form of signing, but separates that signing by Apple from distribution, correct?
It has that option. It envisions the possibility of that option.
And there's nothing in this document suggesting that this security team recommends that distribution needs to be limited to Apple's own App Store as a security issue, correct?
It did say in an earlier page that signing would not solve all malware problems.
I agree, but it doesn't say that the fact that they're opting for signing and sandboxing and entitlements, they don't say you then need to distribute through Apple in order to make it safe, correct?
I don't see that it draws a conclusion one way or the other in that regard.
Okay. And nothing in this paper suggests that once an application is signed, distribution through Apple would be safer in any way than distribution through a different channel, correct?
I haven't read this whole paper, so I can't represent what it says.
Well, certainly in the portions that we've read, you've not seen anything like that, correct?
In the very little bit of this document that I've read, the one thing I did read is where it said that signing alone would not block all malware, which seems to me
Sir,
to draw.
you need to answer my question. My question is, have you seen anything that suggests that this team is saying that once an app is signed, distribution through Apple would be safer in any way, shape, or form than distribution through another channel?
You haven't pointed me to any lines that said that.
Okay. Before we move on, if you can turn back to 877.3.
Okay.
And here the document speaks to development. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says in the second paragraph that, quote, the crucial problem to solve is allowing developers to run their code on their devices without having to get it signed by Apple every time they compile. Do you see that?
I do.
And the document then discusses the process of provisioning. You see that?
Yes.
And that is a process that would allow developers to test their app on a limited number of pre-selected devices, correct?
Yes.
And that, too, is a process that's been adopted and is still used today for iOS, correct?
Correct.
Turning to 877.4, revocation. Do you see that?
I do.
And the document talks about how, quote, the main goal of signing all of the code that runs on a device is that it allows Apple to revoke specific applications later. Do you see that?
I do.
And so what the team is saying here is that their model contemplates allowing Apple to so-called shut off the spigot if it turns out that an app is misbehaving, correct?
I didn't see it say shut off the spigot. Was that your phrasing?
Those are my words. I'm just saying that's the idea that's contemplated here, that Apple can revoke feature and essentially stop the distribution of an app if it goes bad, correct?
That is one capability that signing provides.
Okay. So I want to shift gears for a second and talk a little bit about macOS. And if you can turn...
I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about macOS.
No, this was iOS, Your Honor. This is macOS embedded, which, as the witness, I believe, has specified, refers to the development of iOS. That's just the early name of iOS.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't want to misrepresent what you said, but I believe you confirmed that is how you understand the document.
I think that's what they're referring to here.
So now, please, let's talk about macOS.
Okay.
And if you turn to DX5492, which is in your, towards the end of binder number 2, I believe.
And do you not want this one in evidence? Do you not want 877?
I believe 877 is already in evidence, Your Honor. I believe it came in as part of the 4 hours.
It is, thank you.
I'm there.
You recognize DX5492 as the Apple Platform Security White Paper from 2020?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
And the Apple Platform Security White Paper is a document that Apple releases annually to document security mechanisms on Apple's various platforms, correct?
Correct.
And it is your organization at Apple that releases this document, correct?
We work in concert with marketing, but yes, we participate.
And before the document is released, it's reviewed by you and members of your team to ensure it is accurate and precise, correct?
That's our attempt, yes.
Your Honor, I would like to move into evidence DX5492 at this time.
No objection?
No objection.
5492.
Thank you.
It's admitted.
Thank you. And if you turn to page 103 of the document, so it's 5492.103, and you see that this is the section that discusses app security in macOS, correct?
You need to give me a second to turn the page, please.
Sure.
You said 103?
103.
Okay.
Are you there?
I am.
Good. And you see that this discusses app security in macOS.
Yes.
And you see that under overview, the first thing it says is app security on macOS consists of a number of overlapping layers, correct?
Yes.
And the first layer it mentions is that the user has the option to run only signed and trusted apps from the App Store, correct?
Yes.
And that option exists because even though macOS allows distribution by third parties, macOS also features the macOS Store, correct?
The Mac App Store, yes.
And the Mac App Store is pre-installed on every single Mac that is sold to a user, correct?
It is.
And you understand, you know, that if this court were to order Apple to open up iOS to third-party distribution, the same option contemplated in this paper to continue downloading apps only from the App Store would be available to iPhone users, correct?
I don't actually know what the court could order and what would be possible.
That's not my question. My question was, if iOS were opened up such that there would be third-party stores,
Right.
that would not take out from the iPhone Apple's own App Store, correct?
It could not. It might not. Right.
Sir, you understand that Epic has not sought to remove the App Store from the iPhone, correct?
I actually don't know what remedy Epic is proposing.
Okay. But you do understand that it is possible to open up iOS without taking out Apple's own App Store, correct?
Right, yes.
And if there is an App Store on the phone, a user can decide to use only the App Store for all her apps, correct?
Depends what apps that user wants.
Sir, the user can decide that she only goes to the Apple App Store, correct?
If they're willing to be limited to what apps they use, then yes.
Sir, she can go only to the App Store. That's what you said about macOS in this paper, correct? That is the first option you lay out, is a user can choose to only buy from the Apple App Store, correct?
Correct.
And for that user, the security level would not change, correct?
No, I testified earlier as to why that is not correct.
Sir, if a user chose to purchase only from the App Store, the user would have the same protections that the user enjoys today, correct?
No, the environment would change.
Sir, Your Honor, may I show Mr. Federight his deposition transcript at 87, line 7?
Yes, she's going to read from 7 to 14.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I gave you I meant 17 through 21. Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So where?
Mr. Federight, in your deposition, which is this big spiral, I know we have a lot of things moving. Page 87, line 17.
One moment.
and you see that I asked you if the user chose to purchase only from the App Store, the user would have the same protections that the user enjoys today, correct? And you said yes. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now, I gather you also don't know that Epic has not asked anything in this case that would remove app review from the App Store, correct?
I could take your word for that.
Okay. And I think you said on your direct that your concern is that there are some apps that may not be available and that may drive people to other stores. Is that the issue that you see there?
That's one of them, yes.
Now, the Mac App Store has far fewer apps than the iOS App Store, correct?
Yes.
By an order of magnitude, correct?
Yes.
And nonetheless, in the Apple Platform Security White Paper that you just read, and that you said you vet for accuracy, that paper suggests that purchasing apps only on the App Store is a viable option even on the Mac, correct?
It is a choice the user can make.
It's the first choice that the user can make. That's what the paper says, correct?
Well, it just says first, but yeah, sure.
And you understand that on the iOS App Store, there are currently 1.8 million apps or thereabouts, correct?
Yes.
And yet you believe that people will need to go elsewhere or have to go elsewhere because developers would leave the iOS store, correct?
Some would.
And that would mean that Apple was unable to compete for the business of that developer, correct?
That would not necessarily be the reason.
Well, if Apple could compete for the business of that developer would sell either exclusively or also through the iOS store, correct?
If you mean compete by lowering privacy protections and so forth, then I'll take your characterization. But certainly, it's compete in ways of lowering our standards for protecting the user.
What about compete on price?
That could be another factor.
Okay. So in the world as it is today, the iOS App Store is the incumbent on iOS, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it's the only store, correct?
Other than pirate app stores from enterprise certificate abuse.
In China.
Predominantly.
And in the world as it exists today, if we open up iOS tomorrow, Apple would be able to offer developers a much bigger audience than any third-party store could, correct?
It depends what you mean. I'm not sure that's true.
Mean that there's going to be an app store from Apple on each and every phone, correct?
Sure.
And there's not going to be an app store from Epic, for instance, or Steam on the phone, pre-installed, correct?
With a web browser installed, they could search for any app they want that way.
So that's not what I asked. There's not going to be a pre-installed Steam or Epic or any other store, Adobe store, on the iPhone, correct?
That statement is correct.
And so other stores would have to compete to be downloaded, correct?
Not with side loading.
So other app stores, if they want to get on the iPhone, would have to compete to be downloaded, correct?
If it's only via app stores, sure.
Sir, I'm only asking about app stores. My question is pretty simple. App stores, to get on the iPhone, would have to compete and have the user somehow download them to the phone, correct?
I think so.
And that's going to be true for every other store other than the Apple App Store, correct?
Not if it was a web-based store.
Sir, then they would need to get the user to somehow get to them on the web, correct?
Oh, sure, but there's a web browser built into the system.
Sir, they will not have the same access that Apple has because Apple will continue to pre-install its own app store on each and every phone, correct?
Apple will continue to pre-install, yes. I believe so.
And you say and you believe that the App Store today has a reputation for security and privacy and reliability, correct?
Yes.
And all other iOS app stores or distributors who want to distribute an app are going to start essentially from scratch to build such a reputation, correct?
Well, I don't know. It depends on who the incumbent is.
Sir, they don't. Sorry, sir, the incumbent clearly right now is at the Apple App Store, correct?
With respect to iOS, but if they're
I'm only talking about iOS, sir. On iOS, the Apple App Store is the incumbent, correct?
Yes.
It has the audience, correct?
It does have the audience.
Has the apps, correct?
Correct.
And it has the reputation, you say.
I'd like to think so.
And all the other app stores are going to start from scratch to try and build all that, correct?
No. Steam has a reputation.
Right.
The Epic Store has a reputation independent of being on iOS.
So they don't have any reputation on iOS right now, correct?
Right, but that doesn't mean they're starting from scratch.
Okay. So you understand that at bottom this is Apple's markets to lose, correct?
I don't understand that characterization.
Okay. Going back to the Apple Platform Security paper, same page 103, it next says that macOS layers protections to ensure apps downloaded from the internet are free of known malware. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, let's speak about known malware, correct.
And apps downloaded from the internet here refers to downloaded from places other than the App Store, correct?
Correct.
And one security mechanism used to ensure this freedom from malware is what we discussed that's known as notarization or notary service, correct?
Yes.
And notarization, the model there is that once the developer has an app that is ready for release, she signs that software with her Apple ID, developer ID, sorry, and sends it to Apple for notarization, correct?
Yes.
And the notary service performs automated security checks on the signed content, correct?
Yes.
And when notarization is complete and successful, the notary service can send back a ticket which the developer, I saw it referred to as staples to the binary, and then can distribute the binary in whichever way she wants, correct?
That's correct.
And so in notarization, there's a separation between the scanning and notarizing that Apple performs and the distribution which the developer can do in whichever way she wants, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what we saw that the paper from 2007 said would be possible in the model discussed there, correct?
It's in the ballpark. I don't think it's exact, but it's in the ballpark.
Okay. Now, in terms of substantive protection, notarization requires the developer to adopt something known as hardened runtime, correct?
Yes.
And hardened runtime is something that iOS apps are already subject to today as a default, and it's not, the developer can change that, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of the notary service, Apple also scans the application for known malware. I think you testified to that in your direct, correct?
Yes.
Now, the scope and depth of the malware scans performed by Apple during the notary service are determined by Apple, correct?
Yes.
And It is Apple's decision whether to limit those scans to a static malware scan like you discussed in your direct, correct?
There are technical and scalability limitations as well, but we certainly have some flexibility into what we implement.
Okay. For example, there's nothing preventing Apple from running dynamic analysis on the code as part of the notary service, correct?
Very challenging. You need to exercise the app like a user would, which you couldn't do in an automated way. So I'm not sure how that would work.
Okay. So you would have some human to be involved in the process. Is that what you mean?
I don't know if what you're describing. Right now, the notary service is not designed for humans to run the app.
That's not what I asked. I understand what the notary service is right now. What I'm asking is there any technical limitation that prevents Apple from saying tomorrow, now we're going to apply dynamic analysis to every app that's sent to us for notarization?
If we change the App Store to human app review, then we could do those things. If that's what you're suggesting.
And there's nothing preventing Apple from scanning the app for use of private APIs, correct?
In practice, that's very difficult to do successfully.
So that is what Apple does on the iOS side today, correct?
We try, but it's very hard to do successfully.
I understand, but the same attempt that's being done on the iOS side could be applied as part of notarization, correct?
Sure.
And that's just a question of Apple deciding to do it, correct?
That's correct.
And there's nothing preventing Apple from using a tool like Photo DNA, for instance, to scan the app for things like, child pornography that are being scanned all over the place in places with user-generated content, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. You don't know what Photo DNA is?
I do.
You know that sites with user-generated content use it to ferret out, especially child porn, since it's so sensitive and illegal.
Photo DNA is only able to scan for a relatively small database of known past child pornography that fits specific signatures.
That's what sites such as YouTube and TikTok and places like that use Photo DNA for, correct?
They have other mechanisms as well.
I understand. But you could use Photo DNA and you could use the other mechanisms they use as well, correct?
I am not sure how that. No, that that would not work.
So there's nothing that prevents Apple from having a human review some or even all of the apps that are going into the notary service, correct?
Yeah, you're not envisioning something that's nothing like the notary service, but yes, if we wanted to turn it into app review, we could do so.
Okay. And there's nothing that stops you from doing that, correct?
Well, then it would be subject to policies that are not currently enforced on them.
I understand, but you could do that tomorrow, right? You already have app review. You know how to do it. You could apply the same thing to notary, correct?
I don't think it's practical in scale.
Well, the scale of app review is far larger than notarization, correct?
But if you start having the dynamic...
That's correct. The scale in iOS is much larger, correct?
That is correct.
And so you could apply a process to notarization that even could involve some sort of human review, correct?
Like I said, I think that would not be practical because of scale. Can I explain myself?
Correct?
Sorry, I'm trying to explain myself.
Yes or no question, sir. Either you could do it or you couldn't do it. If you're telling me
I believe we could not do it.
replicable, then that's fine.
And she's not going to be able to take down both of
I'm
you.
sorry.
So the way this works, and I don't have a jury sitting here, your attorney's going to get up and he's going to ask you, do you want to explain it? You're going to say yes, you're going to explain. Stop arguing with him, let's move on. All right, your question, Mr. Evans.
Sir, you could even have a portion of notarization involve some form of human review if you decided to change notarization tomorrow, correct?
I have said it's incorrect.
Okay. Now, Apple distributes through the App Store a host of apps that allow users to generate content, correct?
You mean third-party apps?
Yes.
Yes.
like TikTok or Instagram or Twitter, correct?
Yes.
And Apple itself does not moderate the content on any of these apps, correct?
Not directly, no.
Instead, Apple distributes them through the App Store and requires that they themselves do some moderation, correct?
That's correct.
And in the case of the famous case of Parler, for instance, Apple ultimately removed Parler from the iOS App Store, and Apple decided that Parler was not adequately moderating the content, correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, on Mac, third-party stores like Steam have apps that are notarized, correct?
Yes.
And there's nothing that prevents Apple from requiring such stores to perform their own screening of apps for malware, for age restrictions, for child pornography, correct?
I imagine we could have such a policy.
And so Apple controls the notary service, and as we said, can have policies that demand one thing or another and perform whatever checks are viable. But once Apple is done performing notarization and the app is fully vetted and notarized, Apple sends it back to the developer for distribution through whatever channel the developer chooses, correct?
It is not a ticket that enables that, yes.
Now, to complement the notarization service, Apple employs on macOS a mechanism known as Gatekeeper, correct?
Correct.
And Gatekeeper ensures that by default, only trusted software runs on a user's Mac, correct?
Trust in the sense it does not contain known malware and is from a registered developer, yes.
If you look at DX5492.104,
I'm sorry, you're going to say that more slowly if you want me to go there.
the same white paper, the next page, we're on 103, this is on 104, and under Gatekeeper, you see it says Gatekeeper,
Yes.
and you see it says macOS includes a technology called Gatekeeper, which ensures that by default, only trusted software runs on a user's Mac. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And trusted software is software that has been either signed by the App Store or signed by a registered developer and notarized by Apple, correct?
That's correct.
And Gatekeeper also ensures users that all software in macOS is checked for known malicious content the first time it is opened, regardless of how it arrives on the Mac, correct?
That's correct.
And that security check is implemented regardless of whether the app is coming from the store or through notarization, correct?
Yes.
Now, Gatekeeper can also be set to allow only software installed from the App Store, correct?
Correct.
And so if a parent, for example, wants her child to only be able to use software from the App Store, they can go and set Gatekeeper to block even notarized software from their child's computer, correct?
Yes.
And that would take the child back to the first option that we read about, of being able to download only from Apple's App Store, correct?
That's right.
Now, like that. Apple also runs something called Xprotect in macOS, correct?
Yes.
And that's essentially an antivirus.
Yes.
Now, Apple could implement notarization process in iOS, correct?
You good?
It's done through Xcode, correct? Binaries are submitted through Xcode, correct?
That's part of the process, yes.
And Xcode is used to develop for both iOS and macOS, correct?
Yes.
So that's not going to be a big change for developers, correct?
That piece would not be correct.
In fact, you could implement all the mechanisms that are currently in macOS on iOS, correct?
Technically, yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your point on Direct about the user base for the Mac. So, Apple recorded record sales of its Mac line in 2020, correct?
Yes.
And Apple sold roughly 20 million Mac computers in 2020, correct?
I'm not sure of the precise numbers.
Do you recall that you sold 9 billion just in the fourth quarter?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar with those numbers.
Okay. And you do recall that you told me in your deposition that there are over 100 million Mac users in the world today?
Active Macs, right?
And Apple tries to be truthful and transparent with its Mac customers, correct?
Yes.
And Apple publicly positions the Mac as a platform that serves all different types of users, from families and students to creative pros, business people, and software developers, correct?
That statement is correct.
And Apple is aware, isn't it, that all these different groups of people, its customers, use their Macs to store a lot of information about their lives, and that Macs have access to sensors that are security sensitive, correct?
Yes.
So we do internet searches on Macs, correct?
Yes.
And we do telemedicine calls on Macs, correct?
Good. Yes.
And for the last, I lost count, but I guess the last 14 or 15 months, we've all sort of lived on our PCs, whether they're Macs or another PC, correct?
Or iPads, sure.
Okay, but a lot of us lived on our PC.
Yeah.
Now, Apple also promotes its Macs as products for learning, correct?
Yes.
And it specifically markets its Mac OS products as products appropriate for school children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, Apple has an entire web page on apple.com dedicated to marketing Macs and iPads side by side to school children, correct?
Not directly to school children, but
For use by school children.
yes, correct.
So if you turn to PX2882 in your binder,
Is that the first binder?
yes, this is the first binder. Sorry, this is the second binder. 2882 is the second binder.
Okay.
You there?
I am.
And you see this is a download of the Apple website specifically for K through 12 education, as shown on the top left of the screen, correct?
Yes.
And right on the first page, Apple is saying that for students K through 12, iPad brings the freedom while Mac brings the power, correct?
I think you kind of paraphrase there, but I think that's kind of what it says.
And then it goes on to explain that both iPads and Macs use applications, correct?
The built-in apps, yeah. And intuitive software, yep.
And then if you turn to the next pages, there are a few pages about iPad specifically, correct?
Yes.
And then if you go to page 16, that's 2882.16, you see there's now a section that's devoted to Mac, correct?
I see the start of a section.
And you see that it says that MAC has been empowering the world's leading engineers, artists, etc., and it's been doing the same for students too, correct?
Yes, I do.
And if you turn to page 18, there's a section about professional apps for students, correct?
Yes.
And those include Office and AutoCAD and Photoshop and others, correct?
Yes.
And for Mac, Photoshop and AutoCAD are not available on the Mac App Store, correct?
I believe there is a version of Photoshop, a variant of Photoshop available on iPad.
Sir, I'm asking on Mac.
Yeah.
This is the Mac section,
Oh, I'm
correct?
sorry. I thought when you said App Store, you meant on the Mac App Store.
I think that's what I said. If I'm not, I apologize. Photoshop is not available on the Mac App Store, correct?
I don't believe it is.
It's available from the Adobe, the Adobe website, correct?
I believe that's true, yes.
And nothing on this page suggests that getting software directly from Adobe or from Autodesk, in the case of AutoCAD, is unsafe, correct?
I don't see anything like that here now.
And Microsoft Office is available both from the App Store, the Mac App Store, and from Microsoft directly, correct?
Yes.
And nothing in this page suggests that students should go to one or the other, correct?
Yeah, I don't think it's really a security document, but no, it does not.
Third, that's not what I asked. Nothing in this page tells students that they should go to the App Store because it's safer than going to Microsoft.
It does not say that here, no.
In fact, the word security does not appear anywhere on the web page for K through 12 school children except in connection with iCloud. Now I'm going to represent that to you.
Okay.
But you agree with me that nothing in these pages suggests that security is a vector that children or their parents or their schools should consider when choosing between a Mac and an iPad, correct?
Not on these pages, no.
And you looked at, sorry, Your Honor, may I move PX 2882 at this time into evidence?
No objections?
No objections.
Unlimited.
Now, in your direct, you spoke about PX 741. You remember that?
Sorry, I'm not keeping track of what document you're talking about when
Mac
you're reading.
security webpage. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
And that's something I showed you in your deposition, correct?
Correct.
And that says that that document says that consumers can download safely from the App Store and the Internet, correct?
I think it says they can do you want to read the exact line? I don't have
It says
that.
download apps safely from the Mac App Store and the Internet,
Okay.
correct?
It says that.
And it says now apps from both the App Store and the Internet can be installed worry-free, correct?
It does say that, yes.
And in that page, that is about security. At no point does Apple tell consumers that if they're seeking security, they should forego the Mac and buy an iPad, correct?
It doesn't say that explicitly.
It doesn't say that impliedly either, correct? It just doesn't say that.
It talks about malware on the Mac.
Sir, it doesn't suggest to anyone that they should go and buy an iPad instead, correct?
Correct. That's what I tried to answer.
And it doesn't suggest anywhere that Macs are intended only for experts or pros or hobbyists or developers, correct?
It does not say that.
And it doesn't have anything that says if you're a novice, stay away, go buy an iOS device, correct?
It does not say that.
741 is not in evidence. Do you want it in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Submit it.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Lowe has entered it, but if
Well,
not,
no, he did not. And I'm assuming no objection.
no objection. Now, we discussed briefly the idea of sandboxing. Mac has a limited form of sandboxing for apps, correct?
Yes.
And some apps on the Mac OS are not sandboxed at all, correct?
Correct.
And Apple today could not require full sandboxing on Mac OS without breaking some software that users rely on, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, Apple considers apps that are not sandboxed to pose greater threats to Mac users than apps that are sandboxed, correct?
Yes.
But Apple does not let users know whether an app they download is or is not sandboxed, correct?
Correct.
On iOS, by contrast, all third-party apps always have been and still are sandboxed, correct?
Yes.
And sandboxing has always been mandatory on iOS, correct?
Correct.
And that's consistent with the Adler Wright, the AppSy paper we saw from 2007, correct?
It is.
And because of that, the developer community on iOS, unlike on macOS, is used to implementing complete sandboxing on all the apps that it writes, correct?
Yes.
And if the court were to order the opening of iOS tomorrow, Apple could continue requiring complete sandboxing in iOS, correct?
Yes.
And sandboxing is important, correct?
Yes.
Well, your security white paper also talks about a third option where users are free to operate within their security model that makes sense for them, including running completely unsigned and untrusted code. Correct?
Yes.
And having that option for consumers, for users, that's a decision that Apple has made, correct?
Yes.
And Apple certainly does not recommend to the average user to install unsigned apps, correct?
Correct.
And Apple has taken steps to make sure that a user will not install unsigned code inadvertently or by mistake, correct?
We try to make it difficult.
For starters, we discussed that Gatekeeper by default will not allow such installation, correct?
Correct.
And to override its defaults, the user must undertake 5 or 6 steps, correct?
There's a shortcut where you could do it in 2.
Well, you're going to get a warning first, correct?
Not in the shortcut path, no.
Let's take a look at PDX 005. You can look at it on the screen.
Okay, thanks.
So first of all, the user is going to get a warning prompt that says that whatever the app is cannot be opened because it is from an unidentified developer, correct?
This is one of the paths to opening. There's a different one. I was referring to a shortcut.
Okay. The shortcut is something that Apple instituted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Through this path, you're going to have to go into settings, change the settings, get 3 more warnings, and then another warning when you try to actually open the app for the first time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
There, yes?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And just a reminder, this is all on Mac OS, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Kevin, where's this document from?
This is PDX0005, and I believe it's in our,
I understand it is, I understand the number, and there's no cover page. I'm asking where it comes from.
it's just printout from the web. It's a demonstrative
Okay.
from Apple's own website. We spoke a little bit about app review process in your direct, correct?
Yes.
And you suggested that app review is very important, a very important aspect of Apple's security approach, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you told me that you yourself were never on the ERB, correct?
Correct.
And you're not involved in the day-to-day running of the app review process, correct?
That's correct.
You understand, however, that human review is resource intensive, correct?
Yes.
And it takes time, correct?
Yes.
You know how much time a user spends on each app these days?
No.
And the reviewer, in whatever time they have, they need to make sure that Apple's IAP policies are enforced, correct?
I think among many other things, yes.
And they need to enforce the anti-stealing rules, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they need to enforce, according to you, privacy and a host of other rules, correct?
Yes, either up front or after the fact, yes.
I'm just talking about up front right now. It's the big wall that you put in your slide.
No, the wall works both ways.
Okay. You believe that app review people go back and check the 1.8 million?
No, I believe the wall includes centralized distribution that allows us to correct problems after the fact.
I see. So, and by correct problems after the fact, you mean revoke the app after something happened, correct?
Correct.
And as we've seen in the paper by Mr. Adler, Wright, and the athlete, that can be done even if there was no central distribution, correct?
Not thoroughly enough, no.
In their model, this could be done. That's what they wrote, correct?
That is what they wrote.
Thank you. In any event, you came to this court and you say that this is a very important part of app review, but you don't know how long a reviewer actually spends on each app, correct?
It's changed over time. I mean, I know it's varied over time, so I'm not sure what today's latest number is.
What, do you know a ballpark?
It's minutes.
How many minutes?
I don't know.
Okay. You studied the error rate of app review.
In terms of aggregate numbers of apps approved and number of issues discovered later, I've seen that in aggregate, yeah, but it's a small fraction.
You've seen an actual paper that says it's a small fraction?
I've seen internal analysis that talks about number of apps approved and number of, I think, times you've had to take apps down or take corrective action.
Sir, we better listen to Mr. Kuzminka on that point, correct? Not you.
I'm sorry, what?
We better listen to Mr. Kuzminka on that point. You know better?
Oh, I think he'd be an expert on that, yes.
Okay. If you turn to PX465 in your binder.
And do you not want 5 in evidence, or you do?
No, I don't know. It's a demonstrative.
Okay.
And PX465 is an email chain between you and Mr. Philip Shoemaker dated August 28, 2013, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'd like to move PX465 into evidence if it's not already in evidence.
It's not.
I'm glad it's not.
Objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
And so this email chain discusses an app that passed app review but then changed its behavior afterwards, correct?
I believe so.
And in this case, the app was able to do this by receiving server-side instructions to change its behavior after it passed the app review, correct?
Yes.
And your view at the time was that any smart hacker could implement this type of attack, correct?
Yes.
And your conclusion was that there was nothing that app review could do in advance to prevent this type of attacks, correct?
Correct, not up front.
And instead you believe that the more effective solution is to monitor the malicious behavior in the wild, spot any apps or SDKs that are misbehaving, SDKs that are misbehaving, that are misbehaving, and start blocking the apps that use the misbehaving SDKs, correct?
Yes.
And that all depends on Apple having the ability to identify and trace this app back based on signing and, of course, distribution, correct?
Yes.
So you're aware that, and I think we discussed that some, that there are views within Apple that the Mac App Store matters for distribution only of Apple's own apps and those of developers that cannot create their own downloads, correct?
I could believe someone said that.
Okay. If you turn to PX2386.
Okay.
You see, this is an email in which Mr. Schiller actually did say that, correct?
I don't know, where would I be looking
It's
for
all
that?
email, sir.
I see where in the email, the top line here. I think he's questioning what it should be.
You see that Mr. Schiller says, and I quote, "The Mac App Store matters for distribution of Apple software and third parties that can't create their own download store." Correct?
That's one of the sentences, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd like to move PX2386 into evidence, please.
Objection?
No.
Admitted. And which of the pages were you reading from?
The very first page, second sentence, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So you mentioned streaming apps in your direct.
Yes.
There are currently no native streaming apps on the App Store, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If you go to PX464,
Okay.
and in this email, first of all, this is an email from August 22nd, 2017, between Mr. Stauffer and yourself, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move PX464 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
And in this email, there's a discussion of a company called Liquid Sky that was a game streaming service that believed that their technology could support non-game streaming apps, correct?
Good support. What did you just say?
Non-game streamed apps.
Where are you?
Yeah.
This is on page 3. We discussed this in your deposition.
Where are you directing my attention?
Is it in the big paragraph or where?
So if you turn to page 3, do you see the email that begins with, Craig, I would like approval to engage Liquid Sky?
I do.
And do you see that the second paragraph begins with Liquid Sky, the cloud gaming service founded by Ian McLaughlin in 2014?
Yes.
And if you jump 3 sentences to the end of the third line, you see it says, while their focus has been gaming, they claim their technology supports a wider range of PC in the cloud use cases. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Evan, I'm sorry, what's the point here?
Your Honor, the document speaks to 2 things. One, the availability or at least thought process of people about non-game streaming apps, and then there are other portions of the email that are relevant because Mr. Federight explains why streaming apps are contrary to Apple's business incentives.
Okay.
But I am short on time. Now, finally, sir, you mentioned something called nutrition labels, privacy nutrition labels, correct?
Yes.
And that is something that Apple requires developers to submit, correct? And Apple then publishes whatever the developer submitted, correct?
That's correct.
Apple does not verify the label in any way, shape, or form, correct?
We'll do some selective vetting both of top apps and of sort of random assortments of other apps. We have different techniques to do
So
that.
if you turn to PX 1220,
Okay. Where 1220.
so do you recognize 1220 as a privacy nutrition label for a Disney app?
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty finding 12.
It was the same book.
Same book, the first book.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to go, it's in the middle. Numerical.
apologies. I'm failing this particular test. Mine seems to jump from 800.
It's okay, sir.
to 1220.
ATPX 0877 is the next one after that.
Okay, I'm there. I see the developer Disney.
Yes. And do you see that the second sentence is, this information has not been verified by Epic. You see that?
Yes.
Correct. Take it you don't want 1220N, correct?
Actually, I would, Your Honor.
You do?
Yes.
All right, 1220 is admitted.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Federight, you were asked about two of your deposition testimony, and I want to go through those first. In your deposition, and I think counsel for Epic pointed out, you were asked whether you had knowledge about signed, notarized apps that had malware. Do you recall that exchange with counsel?
I do.
And then there was an implication that in the Nokia, that your citation to the Nokia report was inconsistent with your deposition testimony. So let me just ask, does the Nokia report, well, what does it mean to have, for it to be a signed, notarized application as you were asked during the deposition?
Yeah, I think, excuse me, during my deposition, there was questions about whether we had statistics about malware on the Mac, and then it specifically narrowed to malware that was not just gone through Gatekeeper, but that had also been through the notarization process. And in my deposition, I said that I believed that much of it, or most of it, was because the Mac had shipped requiring notarization for a couple of years. And I was asked, well, do you have a specific statistic that says definitely that's what's happening? And I said, well, I have every reason to believe it is, but I do not have a specific statistic. Since then, as I testified earlier today, we got that exact data and verified that, in fact, there were most of the malware we had to pull with MRT, over 100 instances, were malware that made it through the notarization process. So I was able to subsequently get data to clarify that point.
You were also asked about your deposition testimony that if a user chose, in a world in which there are other iOS distribution sources other than the App Store, that if a user were to purchase from only the Apple App Store, the user would have the same protections that the user enjoys today. Do you recall that exchange with counsel?
I do.
Even if the user has the same protections from Apple in this alternate world, is it possible that the level of attacks might be different?
Yeah, that's precisely my point, that the technical countermeasures, the protections would still be in place, but the level of attack, the kind of attack, the sophistication of attack would be greater, so the result for safety of the user against malware would change.
Okay. You were asked about the enterprise program and certain abuses of the enterprise program, and there was a series of questions about whether Apple conducted I think the words were thorough enough check. Do you recall that?
I do.
Are there any challenges to Apple conducting a, quote, thorough enough check with respect to enterprise applications?
Yeah, it's an inherently very difficult thing because, as we discussed in the guidelines, this is a program that can apply to businesses of 100 or more people. There are many, many businesses around, if you consider global scale, around the world that can claim to be such a business. And it is difficult to assess whether such a business is, startups happen all the time. They hire employees. Is this a legitimate business? Maybe it appears to be. Maybe it literally was. And then that certificate turns into something else. So even if we did as thorough as possible evaluation up front, that doesn't mean that the certificate subsequently couldn't be abused as it transitions to another entity after that.
Okay. And just to follow up on that last point, even if Apple were to correctly confirm that the enterprise certificate is issued to a real business, are there any things that could happen after the granting of the certificate that may result in it being abused?
Oh, exactly. The business could, that was granted the certificate, could themselves sell that certificate to someone else who values it to be used to create a pirate app store. The certificate could be secretly copied or stolen by an employee. The business itself may go out of business, and someone else may pick up the pieces and take that certificate. So many things can happen after the fact that could cause that certificate to become abused.
You were asked a series of questions about the threat model for iOS, and the implication was that because you weren't there at the inception of iOS, you wouldn't know. So is the threat model from a security perspective something that is only done once, or is that done more frequently than the initial inception of the device?
It's something we're continuously evaluating and have to deal with in the external environment.
Okay. And you also mentioned that while you were not present at the inception of the iPhone, you gained, I think you said, retrospective knowledge. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Oh, yeah. So I spent a great deal of time with people like Dallas V. Atlee, Jacques Vadrine, many people who were John Wright, and talked about the decisions we made, why we made those decisions, how we wanted to evolve the architecture going forward. And so through this, I gained a strong appreciation for what we were trying to accomplish.
You were shown the deposition testimony of Mr. Scott Forstall, and you characterized his wording in that testimony as being imprecise. What did you mean by that? And I think this was about using Mac OS X as a basis.
Yeah. So Mac OS, as we frame it externally to customers, consists of a whole set of features, many of which we've talked about today on the security point of view. But everything, if you said, what's Mac OS has multiple overlapping windows. Mac OS drives multiple displays. Mac OS has a whole set of SDKs, including application SDKs like AppKit. These were not the things that Scott Forstall or anyone on that team were advocating we're going to go over to iPhone. At the time, the question was really, do we use the Linux kernel, or do we use a Mac OS kernel, or do we use something else? And so this was about the kernel, Darwin really, not about Mac OS, the larger system, as any of us would refer to it, either at that time or today.
Okay. Would you turn to PX877? And this is the document that has on the title third-party applications on Mac OS X, although it's spelled as X on the paper embedded.
PX877?
Correct.
Okay. We've established my poor skill at locating documents in these binders, but I'm going to take another pass.
It should be on number 1.
Say again?
The first volume.
Yes, thank you. I found it.
Good. Let's start with the title. It was represented, I think, by counsel that this is actually a document from 2007, and let's take that to be accurate for now. Has anything changed in the world of threats facing iOS devices since 2007 to today?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we've learned a tremendous amount in the 14 years since this document was originally created, both in terms about how security threats have evolved, and what techniques are available, how attackers are manipulating the environment, and we've also seen how successful iOS has become, and therefore what a large target it's become.
Okay. Let's turn to the second page of the document, PX877.2.
Yes.
And you were asked to look at the paragraph under the assumptions on that page. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I want to go just one paragraph lower to that, and it says that code signing does not mean that we will solve all of our security problems. However, it does make it significantly harder to deploy on a wide-scale malicious code that will affect our customers or partners. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
You know what that's in reference to?
Yes.
Well, he can testify to his understanding, especially given the cross.
Yes. So it's describing that while this is essentially one technique that can help increase difficulty, that this alone is not sufficient to ensure users are protected from malicious code.
And there was a back and forth exchange with counsel about whether this document says that just because you have code signing, it is required to have distribution through Apple. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes.
And I believe the ultimate agreement, if you'll call it that, was the document was silent on this issue. So let me just ask you the question. Even with code signing, do you have a view as to whether it would be safer and more secure to have apps distributed solely by Apple?
Yes, I have a very strong view that centralized distribution and app review are critical to the safety of our users.
Let's talk. You were asked a series of questions about Mac OS versus iOS. So let's start with the basics. Does Apple believe that relative to its peer products, Macs are secure products?
Yeah, when considered among PC class products, let's say running Microsoft Windows, we believe Mac is the safest choice.
Okay. And there's been a lot of, you were asked some questions about the fact that the Mac OS has different and perhaps lower security measures than iOS. So how does Apple reconcile its belief that the Mac is a safe system when it's got lower levels of protections or different levels of protections than iOS?
Well, I mean, I talked earlier with the analogy of if you want to buy a car, you understand what's involved in a car. There are certain freedoms, but you're driving on public roads, and you better be reasonably well trained. Even in environments like K through 12 or education, often in those environments, those systems are well locked down. Students aren't allowed to install applications in the way that, of course, all iOS users would expect to do, and so they have to be managed carefully in those environments.
Okay. And you were asked earlier some questions about whether Apple could put in human review and add additional measures of defenses to the Mac OS side. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Are there any reasons why Apple has not done that?
This expectation and scale around notarization is very high. Part of what developers expect if they're distributing themselves is they may want to put out a patch in the middle of the night, and they found a bug, and they want to drive it through the system. The notarization service on Mac OS does provide that ability because it's purely an automated scan. But the result is the per developer or per app average submission rate to the service is dramatically higher than the number of comparable submissions to, say, the iOS App Store on a per app basis, because these developers are just driving these through at a very high rate. If you were to take the kind of human review process that goes into the App Store and submit it to the kind of volume, the multiplier that we see on the notarization service, the human cost would be tremendous, and we wouldn't be able to achieve the kinds of latencies that macOS developers, for instance, expect from the notarization service.
If Apple were to institute human review in the notarization service, does the fact that developers are allowed to distribute apps outside of the notarization service impact the effectiveness of any such human review that Apple might implement?
I'm sorry, I think I lost you about halfway through that.
No problem. You were asked, we've been talking about the hypothetical situation in which Apple instituted additional human review in the notarization process. And one of the things you testified about earlier was that outside of notarization, there's another way for apps to get their developers to get their apps to users.
Right.
And so my question is, does the existence of sort of these other channels of distribution impact the effectiveness of any such hypothetical human review?
Yeah, certainly on the Mac, if notarization were to become a bigger barrier for developers, they would be more incented to take other forms of attack, for instance, coercing users into bypassing Gatekeeper altogether.
Okay. On iOS,
How much longer do you have, Mr.
I've got maybe 10 minutes or so, 15.
Mr. Evans, so far, do you have recross?
Maybe one question now.
Pam, how are you doing? All right. Let's try to finish up.
Thank you. In the iOS model, once an application has undergone the app review process, are there limitations on the developer's ability to add new code to the software?
Yes, the operating system doesn't allow them to create new executable code, although they do have mechanisms with scripting, for instance, downloading JavaScript or other data that could alter app behavior.
Okay. And then do those same policies apply on the Mac OS side with respect to notarization and gatekeeper technologies?
They certainly do, yes.
Okay. If Apple were to institute just the gatekeeper and the notarization policies on the iOS, would that be an upgrade or downgrade in terms of the level of security that are offered to users?
I believe it would be a significant downgrade.
Let me ask you to turn to PX2882. And this is the one with the educational.
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just direct your attention to the first page of 2882. And I want to read about the descriptions in which, the manner in which Apple describes the iPad versus the Mac. The first sentence reads that the power and flexibility of iPad gives students the freedom to explore and express new ideas whenever and wherever inspiration strikes. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And then the next sentence says, Mac has the power to bring their biggest ideas to life. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Are these two statements, recognizing that these are in part marketing materials, are these statements consistent with the way in which Apple markets the iPad versus the Mac?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And with the reference to the Mac and the power, what is the way in which Apple markets and positions the Mac as a device to potential buyers and users?
The Mac has the ability to less flexibility on hardware capabilities, multiple monitors, peripherals, lots of software flexibility, installing sophisticated pro applications, accessing lower-level operating system capabilities like the terminal and the shell automation, and even writing code with tools like Xcode to do powerful things like custom software development.
And do those sets of expectations by users require certain trade-offs in terms of control over the device and perhaps security over the device?
Yeah, certainly many of the things Mac users do who are really harnessing the power of Mac OS do have that property.
And then in terms of iOS and iPad, what is it that Apple is trying to do in terms of that? How is it that Apple is trying to position those products, in particular relative to, for example, Macs?
Well, certainly we see iPad as a product that touches a wider audience that can be certainly a child's first device, often before they can even read. And certainly can be some older people's first devices as well if they previously found computers inaccessible to them. At the same time, iPad provides tremendous flexibility and all the richness of apps on the App Store to accomplish all kinds of cool activities that take advantage of pencil and touch. So it's a very versatile device in your life, very portable.
Okay. You were asked some questions about the app privacy, and I think it was the nutrition labels.
Yes.
Okay. And then there were some questions in terms of what Apple actually does in terms of its nutrition labels. Can you explain what it is that Apple does with those nutrition labels in terms of review?
Yeah, so our core stance is that these labels are the responsibility of developers to submit accurate information, and if we receive reports or indication that that information is incorrect, that we will work with the developer to make corrections to their labels, and we've certainly done that. And our basic text on the user interface explains to users that this is fundamentally a representation from the developer, not a representation from Apple. However, we do some auditing to try to catch problems. We don't change the label for a particular app to say Apple's audited this one, but it's part of a process of finding issues, whether it's from high-profile apps that use common high-volume SDKs and things like that.
Okay. And then, so please point to PX465.
Yes.
Okay, and this is the about the dynamic analyzer. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, first, can you just explain the context of what's being discussed here?
So this is about sort of Jekyll and Hyde apps. In other words, an app that is submitted looking like it is benign, that it doesn't have any bad behaviors, but then modifies its behavior after the fact, perhaps with a trigger from the developer on their server. So it's passed through review, and now it suddenly becomes doing something that app review would have liked to have caught up front.
Okay. And did you understand this chain of emails to mean that Apple has no ability to catch what you call this Jekyll and Hyde behavior, where behavior changes after the fact?
No, just that sophisticated attackers that could bypass. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game with attackers around trying to catch these kinds of abuses.
Okay. And if Apple is able, well, let me ask it this way. What tools does Apple have available to it in terms of this type of behavior, either deterring it or stopping it?
The most important deterrent is that the developer knows that if they do manage to do this, they won't be able to do it for very long. The problem will get identified, the app will be pulled down, and that the App Store human review process will be updated to be on the lookout for copycats. Our problem on the Mac is when we see one instance of this and we block it at the code signing level, the developer simply slightly modifies the app and submits it again and again and again through the notarization server. And without human review, our malware scan can't spot it. And so the developer is undeterred. With the human review and centralized distribution, the developer is unlikely to be able to do this over and over again. And so they're disincented from even trying.
Thank you, Mr. Federight. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
So at the end of app review, as it is currently constituted, Apple has a binary that is fully reviewed and vetted, correct?
It's been through our review process, yes.
And it's fully reviewed and vetted by Apple, correct?
I don't know what fully means, but it is reviewed according to our process, yes.
And then whether to send it to the App Store or back to the distributor is entirely Apple's choice, correct? Yes or no question? It's entirely Apple's choice, correct?
Yes.
Answer the question, Your Honor, other than I'm being told that our name has mixed 5492, and if so, I'd like to enter it into the evidence.
No, I admit it's 5492.
Thank you.
Anything on that one, on those two questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you're excused. You may step down. One thing that we should do before we finish off today. I did not get these into a written order, but we're down to the short strokes. So with respect to the two outstanding experts, first, with respect to Dr. Rubin, paragraph 7, I understand section is to the opinion that others will lack incentives. That is sustained. With respect to paragraph 82, the first sentence is allowed. The balance of the paragraph is sustained and is stricken. With respect to 84, the first sentence, the objection is sustained. The balance is overruled. Then, in response, Dr. Lee, the objections are overruled. Okay, that's it for today. We'll stand in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The recording has stopped. Your conference is ending now. As requested by the host, please hang up. Conference will begin momentarily. Please continue to hold. At the tone, please speak your name.
You're talking about side loading, right? Right. Kyle believes, so I believe that we are having the wrong conversation. So Kyle believes that we won't allow side loading. What we will do as the release mechanism is we will put another third-party app store on the platform. And that we will then make it...
All participants are now in listen-only mode.
In the meeting. This meeting is being recorded. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Eye-opening.
You have been added to the waiting room. You cannot talk or listen until the host admits you to the meeting. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Eye-opening experience in that regard as well to see what can be done.
Yeah,
Thank you, Zoom.
I think so. I mean, I was never one to allow to allow many people to appear by telephone, because I actually learn a lot when engaging in person with lawyers, whether, my case management conferences, as you all know, are very substantive. I like to know what's going on. I try to understand kind of the whole purview of the case, and I just cannot, I can't get the same kind of information when I have people on a telephone line. Once I've established a relationship with the lawyers, then telephone lines are easier to do because we know each other. I don't mind Zoom as much. So we have one. Okay. All right. So let's make sure that time doesn't count against counsel. Looks like you can proceed now. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schmid, do you have an understanding of why in-app currencies have become more prevalent in game apps?
Yes. As I mentioned yesterday, it allows a developer to maintain more control over an economy that goes across many platforms. So I'll try to simplify it or explain it as simply as possible, rather. We have in-game development or free-to-play game development sources and yes, I'm so sorry. So in mobile game development, specifically free-to-play, we have something called sources and sinks, the source being that in-app currency that you purchase, and the sink being where you're spending that currency, so on an outfit or an item in a game. And that purchase, that in-app purchase, is actually of that source. So that source currency is what you're purchasing. And that price can vary from region to region. But what the developer prefers to do is stabilize the cost of the item that you purchase using that in-app currency. Did I explain that okay?
That made sense to me.
Okay.
So if a user doesn't want to pay a commission, for instance, on the App Store to Apple, is it possible to make an in-app purchase of an in-game currency in a way to avoid that?
Yes.
Objection? What's the objection? Forum? You mean in terms of leading?
In terms of leading and the terms used in
first part of that question, which now has exited the screen.
I mean,
You can rephrase. I don't think it's really objectionable, but go ahead, rephrase.
is there a way for a user to avoid the Apple commission in making an in-app currency purchase?
Yes.
How would they do that?
So a game developer may make an in-app purchase available on many platforms aside from the App Store. They can also make that purchase available on desktop web or mobile web. It's completely at the discretion of a game developer. And then a user can choose on where they'd like to purchase.
Can you give us examples of games where that's achievable?
One example would be Hearthstone, which allows you to make purchases on battle.net on your PC, also on mobile web, also in the iOS app. Another example would be Roblox, which allows you to make purchases as well as iOS. Another example would be Candy Crush, which allows you to make purchases in the mobile app, on desktop web. And so most of the time when I'm mentioning games that are cross-platform on the mobile side, you can almost guarantee they would also be available both as the app itself on Android and the same.
And maybe we can, let's do it, if we may, let's do a demonstrative of what you're talking about here. One of the disclosed demonstratives, this is with respect to Hearthstone. Before we going on this, I think you mentioned the game Hearthstone in your list of apps that allow this type of functionality. Is that right?
Correct.
And what is Hearthstone?
It is a free-to-play game by Blizzard Entertainment. It is a card battler or a card collecting game. So I call it a card battler because you're collecting packs of cards, building a deck, and then battling others with that deck.
Okay. And can players make purchases within Hearthstone?
They can. They can purchase expansion packs with content as well as new cards or card decks.
And channels can you make purchases on with for Hearthstone?
On the App Store, you can also purchase the same decks on Android on the Google Play Store, as well as on battle.net on your PC or on mobile web or desktop web.
Okay. And this particular demonstrative that we have here, did you create this demonstrative?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I recorded it on my phone.
And do you recall when you did it? We can run the video, and is it all right if Mr. Schmid sort of narrates that as we run it?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we're entering Hearthstone, which is on my phone. I'm already logged into my account. It's a battle.net account with my email address. I'm going to see that I have no packs available to open. So if I click my open packs, there's nothing there. However, I could go back to the shop and see all the packs that are available for purchase, or all the bundles as well. So I'm going to find one that I like. Scroll down here. Forged in the Barrens is one of the newer expansion packs, so I'm going to look at the card packs for that. It is $2.99 for 2 packs. I'm not going to buy it here. I'm going to exit the game. I'm going to go to Mobile Safari, where I go to battle.net. Again, I'm logged into an account that I've had since long before the App Store was around. I click on Hearthstone, and I can see all the purchases that are available on mobile web. I click Forge in the Barrens. I buy a $2.99 pack. And again, because I've had this account since before the App Store, my payment information is already saved in there. I click Pay Now. Okay, purchase is successful. I go back to Hearthstone. And upon login, it should immediately show the card packs. It did in this case. So card packs are granted, and I can see that little 2 flag next to open packs, which means I have some packs I can open. And I get to experience the joy of what is inside. We have Toads of the Wild, saw the Devouring Plague, very nice. and then the second pack. I won't name all the cards, but it's very exciting for me.
So, and Mr. Schmid, you I believe when you went to the web, you purchased something of the card pack for $2.99. Was it the same card pack that you saw in the App Store?
Yes.
Okay. And let's just quickly do another demo, if Your Honor will indulge us. The next one, well, Mr. Schmid, I think you mentioned a game called Candy Crush.
Yes.
And what is Candy Crush? Maybe that's a question everybody in America knows, but
it is a match-3 puzzle game on the App Store.
Okay. And can players make purchases in Candy Crush?
They can.
And what is the currency of Candy Crush?
Gold bars, which then you can spend on boosts and other items in the game.
Okay. And where are these gold bars sold?
They're sold on desktop web, on Android marketplaces, so like Google Play and other Android stores, as well as iOS. And yep.
Mr. Spalding, can you put up the other demo, please? And before we get it rolling, can you tell us who created the demo?
I created this demo.
And how did you do it?
I recorded on my phone 2 days ago.
Okay. And Mr. Spalding, if we could play it. And Mr. Schmid, if you could tell us what's happening.
I'm logging into my Candy Crush account, which is very sad, as you can see, I'm only on level 2. But you notice in the top right, I have 30 gold bars in my account. And now I'm going to go to candycrush.com. There we go. Now I'm going to go to candycrush.com and request the desktop website. So Candy Crush and developer King have chosen to really not support mobile as much for the web payment because they'd like to push the users to the native app. However, I could simply just click Request Desktop Website, and I would receive the web version of Candy Crush Saga. Again, I'm logged in, so this is my same account. I have the same 30 gold bars. Now, I'm purchasing 10 gold bars. I'm going to use PayPal, which simplifies payment on web. And then 10 gold bars were added to my account. So if I go back to the native app, you can see a little spinner, and then I have 40 gold bars.
Thank you, Mr. Schmid. We've looked at 2 examples now, and are there other games that allow this same functionality?
There are, and it's completely at the discretion of a game developer to pick if they'd like to offer purchasing on mobile web or desktop web or any other platforms they choose. PUBG Mobile is a good example of another game that would allow mobile web purchasing, Call of Duty Mobile, but there's certainly a ton of examples.
Okay. And does Apple do anything to prevent or discourage developers from providing users the option of going outside the App Store to make these purchases?
Absolutely not. So some developers will even bring the question to us and will say, this is what we're looking to do. And we'll say, great, you're more than welcome to make your purchase available in any other platform, and we'll make sure that that source is recognized in the native app.
And other than going through the websites, as you showed us, is there a way to obtain online currency in a brick-and-mortar way as well?
Yes. There are some game developers, mainly the biggest ones like Roblox and Minecraft and Fortnite, that have gift cards in brick-and-mortar stores. And same thing, they can redeem those gift cards on mobile web or on any platform web, and then they can use those inside of the native app.
Let's change gears a bit and like to talk about what your team does for developers. Broadly speaking, what are the ways in which Apple invests in the success of developers?
We invest a tremendous amount of time and energy and money into building the best platform for our game developers. It's hard to break it down, but I could give you 3 avenues, which I think would simplify it to some degree. So we have business and marketing support, we have engineering support, And then we also, we have tools, developer tools and products. So again, to break that down so it's a little bit more clear, developer tools and products, marketing and business support, as well as engineering support.
And is this just for game developers, or is this all developers in terms of the App Store?
This is all developers.
And we'll go through the categories you mentioned, but why does Apple make these investments in developers?
We want to be the best platform to develop a gamer app in the world.
And does Apple have to compete for developers to compete, in other words, for developers to come to the platform?
Absolutely. I think that it would be silly to suggest any developer that's looking to grow a business wouldn't be thinking about mobile as a huge opportunity. However, there's lots of options even within mobile. We want to do more than just be a checkbox for a platform that a developer is going to ship a gamer app on. We want to be the primary platform. We want to be the place where they're spending time and energy and committing to our user base that they're going to really focus on building a great experience for our users on the App Store.
And with respect to the game space in particular, what other platforms does Apple compete with for those developers?
We compete with Google Play and the other many Android marketplaces. We compete with the consoles, so Switch, PlayStation, Xbox. We certainly compete with PC and the PC stores like Epic Games Store or Steam. And now more and more we're competing with cloud gaming and the many companies that are getting involved in cloud gaming.
Turning back to the categories, I think that you mentioned of support that Apple provides, and you mentioned tools. What sort of tools does Apple make available to developers?
So we have tools like Xcode, which is how you build your app and submit it to the App Store. We have tools like the many APIs that we build, or application programming interfaces. We have certainly the product side, so App Store Connect, and the many ways that you can kind of build your app build your business on the App Store, as well as Test Flight, and there's many of them.
And can you provide some examples of APIs that Apple makes available to developers?
Sure. The Metal API, which allows developers to really create amazing graphic experiences on iPhone and iPad and Mac. We also have APIs like spatial audio, where a developer can actually take advantage of the awesome technology that AirPods Pro allows, which is kind of to create a really awesome 3D audio space. We also have Core ML that many app developers can use for machine learning. There's a lot of them.
And does Apple provide business tools and support for developers?
Yes.
And can you give us some examples of the type of tools Apple provides in this regard?
Sure. I mentioned App Store Connect, which has things like Test Flight to manage distribution of beta software. We also have App Analytics, where you can get an understanding of things like retention and monetization of users. And then we also have Sales and Trends to actually manage the incoming revenue from your business.
And do you know if Epic in particular took advantage of any of these tools and support opportunities?
They did.
And can you give us any details of the types of tools they took advantage of on the business side?
They certainly used Test Flight. They also used App Analytics, and we supported them by answering questions about how to analyze their analytics. And then they also use things like ARKit to experiment with augmented reality in other apps and games that they're producing.
I think you then mentioned as another bucket engineering and business management support. What kind of engineering support does Apple provide developers?
So we provide engineering support in a number of ways. We have our Worldwide Developer Conference every year, in which developers can engage directly with our engineers on forums and sometimes face-to-face when that was a thing. And we also identify other situations in which our engineering team can directly support a developer. So that could be a phone call or an email, or in some cases even face-to-face.
And what are the types of problems that the engineering team is looking to help the developer with?
It certainly varies. There's things as simple as input control and understanding how to best use controllers for your game. There's things like the metal engineering ecosystem team that will engage with developers to help them better optimize graphics performance on the device. And then there's things like just developer technical support, which is a team under developer relations that can engage with developers for all sorts of reasons.
And did Epic benefit from engineering support from Apple?
Yes.
And can you provide us some examples of the way in which Apple interacted with Epic on the engineering support front?
Yes. So from day one, when we began supporting Fortnite on the store, we had engineering engaging with not just Epic for the game, but also on the Unreal Engine. And that was support that grew over time. So it went from phone calls to emails to even in person, where we sent engineers to Cary to support Epic.
And were there any Epic-specific engineering issues that Apple worked with Epic on to solve a problem?
I can recall one specific around memory usage and the memory footprint of Fortnite. We were trying to have Epic update to a newer version of Xcode quicker than they initially thought they could. So in order to do that, we worked with them to reduce the memory footprint of Fortnite so that it could more quickly update to the newer version of Xcode.
Were the Apple and Epic engineers able to solve that problem?
We were.
Let's now turn, I think, to the last item that you mentioned, which was, I think, marketing and editorial support. What types of marketing and editorial support does Apple provide to developers?
There's two main buckets in which we provide marketing support. There's owned and paid marketing.
And what is owned marketing?
So owned marketing are channels that we have ownership over or don't have to pay for placement on. So, for instance, our social media would be owned marketing. Our emails that we send out would be owned marketing to the opt-in list that we have users sign up for, as well as the editorial page itself. So that's inventory that, while is not traditional marketing and we don't have that under the marketing umbrella, is owned placements that we do have control over.
And did Apple deploy its own marketing function on behalf of Epic at any point?
Quite often.
Okay. And any examples, say, for example, I think you mentioned on the editorial side?
Editorial was very excited about Fortnite, and they took every opportunity that was a big moment to highlight it to our users. So, for instance, Chapter 2 of Fortnite was a very big moment on the App Store, where we actually took over the Games tab with all sorts of Fortnite art, and also wrote a story on the Today tab about Chapter 2.
And what about the social media channel? Did Apple deploy those efforts on behalf of Epic?
We did. We worked closely with Epic to build a strong social media strategy, where we would tweet something about Fortnite, they would retweet that, or vice versa. We would ask them if we could retweet something that they had posted about Fortnite.
And do you have any way to quantify Apple's efforts in this regard?
A really broad number would be
Objection. Foundation. Foundation.
Sure. Are you aware specifically, sir, did you work directly on the Epic account?
I did.
And were you aware of the social media engagements that Apple was doing for Epic?
I was.
Okay. And can you quantify the degree of those engagements on behalf of Epic?
Objection. Foundation. Overall.
I can. So broadly speaking, Apple sent over 500 million marketing communications about Fortnite.
You also mentioned paid marketing. What does paid marketing include?
I am going to follow up. How do you know that? That's a pretty specific number.
So I worked closely with the marketing team, and we aggregated all the ways in which we communicated with with users about Fortnite over the time that it was on the store. We're able to look historically and say, okay, between our email, and many of those instances were email, between our email and our social media and our paid marketing, it was over 500 million communications.
When did you do this analysis?
This was ongoing analysis, so we would often look and wrap those numbers up to present to Fortnite and to other teams at Apple to give an overview of what we were doing to support this business. But that aggregate number that I came up with was a conversation that I had with Steve McGuigan, who leads our marketing team, about August of 2020.
Proceed.
What does paid, I think you mentioned owned marketing and paid marketing. What does paid marketing include?
Paid marketing is any instance in which we're paying for that specific placement. So it could be digital marketing that's done on in a banner form on a website like the New York Times, or it could be a billboard that's posted, or it could be direct mail. That's all kind of forms of paid marketing.
Do you have a sense of how much Apple spent on paid marketing for Fortnite in particular?
Jackson Foundation.
I can lay some foundation, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Let me back up a little bit. Do you recall, Mr. Schmid, when this lawsuit was filed?
I do.
Okay, and do you recall when that was?
August 2020.
Okay, and do you recall that soon after this lawsuit was filed? Well, I'll ask you open-endedly. Do you recall whether you submitted a declaration in connection with this lawsuit?
Objection, Your Honor, rule on this. The fact of the submission is not objectionable. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you recall whether you did some investigation into Apple's efforts on behalf of Fortnite in connection with that declaration?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell us the type of investigation you did at that time?
Yes. So I worked with many of our cross-functional teams to create an overview of all the support that we provided to Epic over the course of our relationship.
And separate from that investigation, where would you say you fall within the people at Apple who deal regularly with Epic?
I was certainly the most familiar with the account, and I dealt with them more regularly than any other person at Apple.
Okay. So in connection with all of these efforts, did you come to learn about Apple's specific efforts on behalf of Fortnite from an advertising and marketing perspective?
I did.
And so with that in mind, Mr. Schmid, do you have a sense of how much how much Apple spent on marketing support to support Fortnite?
Yes. So in the last 11 months before Fortnite left the App Store, we spent just under $1 million.
And how did that support that Fortnite received from Apple compare to other games on the App Store?
It was far more than any other game I'd worked on at that point, and more than I've seen since.
And let's now turn actually to your relationship with Epic. When did you first get involved with Epic?
I first joined the account in early 2018, roughly February.
And what was the nature of your support of Epic when you first got involved?
At that point, I was still a member of the developer marketing team, so my support focused largely on their go-to-market strategy, helping them optimize their storefront, doing some account or some system work on the back end with them, and also just getting to understand their business.
And what was the nature of your support of Epic after Fortnite launched?
I would describe it as sort of a never-ending crescendo of support. So I initially started on the developer marketing team, but then moved on to the business management team and took over the account full-time.
And was this a 9-to-5 engagement in dealing with Epic?
It was not.
What was it like in terms of the touch points with Epic?
It was quite intense. So there were 3 a.m. phone calls, 5 a.m. phone calls, Christmas phone calls. It was a pretty demanding relationship.
And between the time you started with working with Epic and the time Epic was no longer in the App Store, what percentage of your overall time would you say you focused on Epic?
100% of my week focused on Epic. I eventually did bring others onto the account, so 2 members of my team as well as a member of the games team in Australia to help kind of alleviate some of those around-the-clock issues. But some weeks it would be on maintenance mode, and it would be 10% of my time would be focused on Epic.
And how would you describe the overall relationship between Apple and Epic during that 2.5-year period when Fortnite was on the App Store?
Fairly tumultuous. There's a lot of good times and a lot of really stressful times. But I would, overall describe it as tumultuous.
And was it a net positive or a net negative that Fortnite was on the App Store?
Absolutely a net positive.
Okay. And why do you say that?
This is an interesting one for me specifically. So Fortnite was the hottest game at the time. I personally played Fortnite. My family played Fortnite. We connected over it. My son played it on the iPad. My wife played it on PlayStation. I played it on my iPad with a controller. It was a really awesome thing to be able to bring to the users on the App Store. So personally, I thought it was incredibly exciting. Professionally, it was an amazing game, and it was awesome to be able to highlight to our users. It was also generating lots of revenue. So it was, in my opinion, worth that effort to give them that nonstop support in order to bring this to our users.
And how many times do you know was Fortnite reviewed during its time on the App Store?
It was reviewed over 200 times.
And are you a member of the app review team?
I am not.
Did you have a role in app review with respect to Fortnite?
Only for advocating on their behalf.
In what way did you advocate on their behalf?
So in a situation where there was some urgency around getting Fortnite into review, I would often reach out to the app review team and ask for their support in expediting a review. Not approving a review, but just expediting a review.
And how often did Epic request expedited app review?
In 2020 alone, it was over 80 times.
Okay. And do you know why there were so many expedite requests from Epic on the Fortnite app?
I do. So I came from mobile game development. I understand and I empathize with our developers, especially those that are kind of thriving on live ops. It's a term we use in gaming, which generally means that the lifeblood of your game is bringing new content to your game on a very frequent basis. Fortnite did this incredibly well. They were always bringing new content to the game, and we knew that it was important for their business to continue to provide that content to users. And because they were so focused on bringing content to their game, they often couldn't take a step back and fix some systemic issues or some planning issues around submissions to the platforms, specifically our platform, the App Store.
And I think you mentioned that there were 80-plus expedite requests in 2020. Did Apple address these requests in a timely way?
We did.
I'm going to ask you to turn back to your binder. I think hopefully everybody has their binders. EX 3427, sir. When you had a chance to pull that up.
Okay, I'm there.
And can you tell us what this document is, DX 3427?
Sorry, it is an exchange with myself, Mark Grimm from our developer relations team, and Miriam Brunson from the app review team. The content of the document is basically just describing the ongoing need for expedites and app review asking us, or really pushing back on us and asking if this is really necessary.
Objection, Your Honor, this is technically not able to be used by Apple. It's their own hearsay. This document was admitted as a business record, correct?
We're offering it as a business record, Your Honor. We haven't had it admitted yet, but we'd like to do that.
I'll admit it as a business record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schmid, did you participate in this chain?
I did.
And what is the date of this email chain?
March 27, 2019.
And I think you already gave us a general sense of what this chain was. If I can just turn you to the first page of this document, And at the bottom there, Ms. Brunson, I think it is, says, the very last sentence on that first page, quote, "It almost feels like they're abusing expedite requests due to a systemic issue on their end in the development QA submission process." Did you agree with your colleague that Epic was abusing the expedite process?
Objection. Overruled.
I did not.
Can you tell us why?
Like I mentioned earlier, I truly understand the plight of game developers, especially that are operating at this speed. So while I don't agree that they were abusing the expedite request system, I do agree there was a systematic issue that they were not addressing. I would relate it to, I used to be very late to things all of the time, and I would often have a really good excuse. And my wife would understand that excuse, but she would also say, I would really like to see something change in your planning and your behavior in order to prevent this from happening. So even though you're always late, you should start planning things earlier.
And let's turn to 3758, if you can turn to that in your binder.
To be clear, I'm still always late to things. Okay.
Can you tell us what 3758 is? Well, let me stop. Let me ask first. Is this an email chain that you were on, Mr. Schmid?
It is.
And what was the date of the email chain?
It is my birthday, 2019, October 31st.
And is this an email chain you had with folks at Epic?
I did.
We'd like to move 3758 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection. Admitted.
Thank you. And what was the context for this chain, Mr. Schmid?
Again, it was another example of an expedite request from Epic, in which Mark Grimm replied explaining that, if I can read it, we've had emergency patches with critical fixes every week, and emergency and critical are in quotes. And then he said, I worry that these words are losing their meaning. And then he expressed that there's concern and we need to prioritize the submission to the App Store.
Well, thank you for that. First of all, who is Mark Grimm?
He is on our developer relations team, and he focuses on games.
Okay. And did you have an understanding of what Mr. Grimm was conveying here in this email?
Yes.
Objection. You can testify as to your understanding, which is what I understood the question to ask. Overruled.
So my understanding, and Mark and myself and the others on this account were very much in lockstep on this. My understanding was that he was saying we're going to have a hard time continuing to justify emergencies when every submission is an emergency.
Did you ever feel like you could push back and simply not respond to the latest Epic emergency?
No.
Why not?
There was certainly the concern and sometimes the threat that we would be left behind and that our users would not receive the latest update to Fortnite and could not play with the other platforms if we did not get an expedited review going. So it was never a situation where I felt like it was appropriate to say, no, we're not going to expedite this or we're not going to bring this up with app review.
Okay. In terms of the people you dealt with at Epic, what was their reaction typically to Apple's various efforts to support Epic and Fortnite on the App Store?
Generally very positive. The folks I worked with, I became quite close with. Many of them I consider friends still. And it was a really close relationship. We were working together in tough times and in good times, so you develop a personal connection with them.
Can you turn to DX4239, sir?
Okay.
Okay, and is 42, is this, first of all, what is this document? Can you describe for us?
This is an email from Hasid Malik to myself, Mark Grimm, and Alex Shobin, who's on his team, and it was sent August 1st of 2019.
Okay, and do you recall participating in this email chain?
I do.
Okay, Your Honor, would like to move DX3958 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. You may note there has been a redaction, so this will be subject to a motion to seal.
I believe that redactions are,
So, two things. One is 4239, not 58, or unless I'm on the wrong one.
we are on 4239, Your Honor. Sorry if I missed that.
Second, the redactions that I see objectionable. Is there, Ms. Moskowitz, is there an issue with respect to the redactions?
No, I was just noting that there was one beyond just the emails that.
And I see it, and I think it's appropriate. So
Thank you.
It's granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And what is this email chain about, Mr. Schmid?
This is Hasid thanking us. The subject line is thank you. And it was after one of those moments where we were working late and trying to get things through the pipeline, for lack of a better term, efficiently. And he said, in all of today's actions, it did not go unnoticed, that we propagated quickly. It was a highlight mentioning in weekly fortnight stakeholders meeting today. These wins truly matter to our teams here.
And was Mr. Malik one of your primary points of contact at Epic?
He was.
And who were your primary contacts at Epic, by the way?
When I first started on the account, Mark Hutchison, who was the director of marketing at the time, was my primary point of contact. He then moved over to the Epic Game Store before leaving Epic. After that, Brad Cummings, who was on his team, became the main point of contact, who also moved over to the Epic Game Store and then left the company. And then Hasid Malik took over as director of mobile marketing. He was my main point of contact before leaving the company. And then finally, Alex Shobin, who is my most recent contact and has been at Epic for some time now.
And is that 4 people that you listed at Epic? And then of those 4, 3 left in the 2.5 years that you worked with them?
Correct.
Okay, and then did you become, I think you mentioned this, but did you become personal friends with any of these individuals?
Yes.
Who are they?
All of them. Relevant.
Let's turn now to DX 3661. And can you tell us what this document is, sir, when you have a chance to get to it?
This is an email from Adam Sussman to Nate Manzer, Matt Fisher, Matt Weisinger, Seema Sistani, Philip Poliero, and Alex Shobin.
Okay. And I think there's some redactions here because I think do you recall receiving this email?
I am also on this email, but it's redacted in this copy.
Okay. We can get that fixed. But do you recall participating in this email chain?
I do.
And do you recall the date of this chain?
It is May 16th, 2020.
Your Honor, we'd like to move DX 3661 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. And who is Adam Sussman?
I believe he is the president of Epic Games.
Okay. And then on page 2 of this email, if you can go there, Mr. Sussman writes you and your team an email that says, quote, Apple team, thanks again for your time today, your engagement, and your tremendous support over the last few weeks. And then he goes on. Do you know what, do you have an understanding of what Mr. Sussman was thanking your team for?
Ongoing support. Generally, there were pretty much endless live ops happening between all the games and apps that Epic was managing at that time. So he was thanking us, I believe, specifically for the In the House campaign, which was a collaboration between their House Party app and their Fortnite game.
Okay. And this email came roughly a year ago. Is that right?
Correct.
And was Fortnite still on the App Store at this time?
It was.
Okay. And let's finally turn to DX 3958.
Objection. I object to this document shouldn't be on the screen. It's for former employee, no party admission.
Your Honor, we're happy to discuss the non-hearsay aspect of this document.
Well, why don't you discuss it first? I can decide whether to let it in later.
Okay. And Mr. Schmid, do you recall the day on which the Fortnite hotfix took place?
I do. It was August 13th, 2020.
And you mentioned a Mr. Hasid Malik earlier. Who was he again?
He was, at that time, the former director of marketing, mobile marketing for Fortnite.
Okay. And do you recall that he sent you communication that day?
He did.
Okay. And do you recall, first of all, what did he communicate with you about in general?
Objection. Relevance, hearsay.
What is the point?
Well, the point is what the effect on Mr. Schmid was of the communication he received from his former Epic colleague.
Relevance.
Overall. Go ahead.
And leaving aside what he said to you in particular, what was your understanding of why Mr. Malik was communicating with you on that day?
It was extremely relevant to all the work that we had done together to see what had happened, with Fortnite essentially doing the hotfix, as we're calling it. He worked so closely with our team to do all these great things together that I'm sure he felt some.
You can't testify as to what he felt.
What was your takeaway from that communication from Mr. Malik that day?
My takeaway was that he was sympathizing for me and my team after all the work that we had done. So I felt validated by his message and his understanding of the situation, his intimate understanding of the situation.
Objection, foundation.
Oh, yes, foundation for his feelings, but I don't know that it's really all that relevant. Move on.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Cross.
May I proceed?
Proceed, Ms. Moskowitz.
Lauren Moskowitz for Epic. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Schmid.
Good morning, Ms. Moskowitz.
Nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you too.
Thank you. Couple of upfront questions. You spoke earlier on Direct about your work for a number of game developers before you went to Apple. Is that right?
Correct.
Those were all mobile game developers, right?
Incorrect.
You worked for developers of console games as well?
Correct.
For the mobile development that you were doing, were you developing for both Apple and Android?
Yes.
Were there any games that you did just for Android?
Not that I can recall.
You said that Apple, in your view, competes with consoles and PC and other platforms on games. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Has Apple ever offered a better commission rate to any developer to meet any competitive aspects of the business?
I can only speak to the game development side, which is my focus, and they have not.
You're familiar with sign-in with Apple?
I am.
Sign-in with Apple is a mechanism offered by Apple that allows users to sign into third-party apps under the user's Apple ID, right?
Correct, or an obfuscated version of that Apple ID.
And one of the benefits of that in Apple's view is that it's more a private way to sign into third-party apps, right?
Correct.
For example, one of the features is the user can hide their email from the third-party developer, right?
Correct.
So with signing with Apple, the user need not sign up for an account with an individual developer in order to use that third-party developer's app or even receive communications in connection with that app, right?
I think that's a misunderstanding.
Under signing with Apple, you do need to sign up to an account with the third-party developer in order to use that app and receive communications?
So a developer is allowed to tie
yes or no? Do you need to sign up for an account with a third-party developer if you want to use sign-in with Apple?
I don't think I can answer that question.
You're just not familiar enough with the CWeb, the sign-in with Apple process?
There's much more nuance than that a yes or no would allow me to give you.
Okay. Apple mandates that all apps that want to offer any other third-party login option, like Facebook or Google, must also offer sign-in with Apple, correct?
Correct.
You don't require that when the app does not want to offer third-party login options, right?
Correct.
You recall Epic, in fact, went through some issues with setting up sign-in with Apple. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you remember they were having issues because sign-in with Apple wasn't letting Epic collect information it needed to collect to comply with parental verification laws?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that the sign-in with Apple process wasn't allowing Epic to collect that information that Epic needed to identify users' date of birth to link them?
No, this would have been something the developer relations.
Remember that?
This is not something my team would have handled.
Do you use apps that you sign in with Apple yourself?
Yes,
Do you use the sign in with Apple to sign in to those apps?
I do.
Are there any that you don't use sign in with Apple for?
Yes.
Why don't you use sign in with Apple for those?
Some accounts I've had since before sign-in with Apple was available.
Is that the only instance?
Yes.
Do you remember there was a question on Direct about, quote, users wanting to avoid commission to Apple and going off of the native app to make purchases? Do you remember that?
I do.
Users don't know about any commission that's going to Apple, right?
I could not tell you what broadly users are aware of and not aware of when it comes to the commission rate.
So you can't tell me that Apple forbids developers from telling consumers that they charge Apple charges a commission?
That is incorrect. Apple does not prevent developers from telling users anything.
Apple didn't stop Facebook from doing that?
I'm sorry, I could not speak to Facebook. They're not a game developer.
Okay, so you don't know anything about developers that are other than game developers?
That is my focus.
So you don't know one way or the other whether that happened with Facebook?
Facebook is not an account that I am
I'm
aware
not
of.
asking about whether they're an account you handle. I'm asking, are you aware that that happened?
I don't follow Facebook.
You are not aware that that happened? No?
Can you repeat what you're
Are
asking?
you aware?
Okay, the two of you do not talk over each other and slow down.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Are you aware that Facebook publicly stated that Apple had told them that they were to not tell the public that Apple was charging them a 30% commission?
I'm actually not aware of that.
You testified on Direct that certain developers that have native apps on iOS do have currency or content available for purchase on websites. You remember that?
Yes.
And you have an understanding that Apple offered expert testimony about what can and cannot be done on iOS?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware that Apple offered expert testimony about what can and cannot be done on websites through an iOS device?
I am unaware of that.
So you're not aware that Candy Crush was the subject of some debate last week in court?
I am not aware of that.
You don't play Candy Crush, do you?
I'm not a big Candy Crush player.
You're not a Candy Crush player at all, are you?
I wouldn't say at all. I dabble, but I'm not a big Candy Crush player.
The video you showed earlier, is that your account?
That was a new account.
So that was not your account?
No, unfortunately, I lost the login to my original account.
All right, so let's talk about Candy Crush. You said you made that video yourself 2 days ago?
Correct.
Were any PhD economists involved in helping you?
They were not.
Your video left a few things out, didn't it?
It did not.
Didn't leave any steps at all out of the video?
It did not.
All right, well, it didn't show you logging in to an account on the app, did it?
Oh, I was already logged in, correct.
You were already logged in. Do you know how you logged into the app?
I believe in that occasion I logged in. I actually don't know. I'm sorry. I can't recall exactly how I logged in.
Do you know anything about what a user's options are to log into Candy Crush on the native app?
They can certainly log in with a King account. They can log in with some social media accounts, and then they can also log in with sign in with Apple.
The video also didn't show you logging into the account on the king.com website, did it?
It did not.
You were already logged in, right?
Correct.
And do you know what a user's options are to log into Candy Crush on the website?
I believe they are the same as I mentioned for the native app.
You think that you can sign in with Apple on the website?
I could not say definitively.
Do you think you signed in with Apple on either the native app or the website when you put that video together?
I could not say.
Are you aware that if the user does in fact sign in with Apple on the native app, your video doesn't work?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that only a user who actually creates the King account with their email and their password and logs in under that King account on both the native app and the website, does that work?
I could not tell you.
All right, well, why don't we do it? Let's walk through this in real time instead of an edited video. My colleague, Ms. Hauserman, is here, and we're going to do our best to connect on the phone to the screen here and see if we can figure that out.
Would it be possible to use my phone?
No. So, Ms. Hauserman, can you please click on the Candy Crush app? All right, Mr. Schmid, you can see here she's not currently logged in, right?
Did you click play? She's going to have to go through the first-time user experience in order to create an account.
Right. Why don't we go back? I'll be steering the bus on this one. Why don't you hit retrieve my progress and see if she's logged in? Okay. So when she does that, she's presented with some sign-in options, right?
Correct.
And none of this was shown in your video, right?
I was already logged in, correct.
And you see there are 3 options available?
Correct.
All right. So sign up with Apple. Sign in with emails there in the green. You see that?
Yes, the biggest one.
Continue with Facebook.
Yes.
And continue with Apple.
Yes.
And below that, there's an alternative that says log in with email.
If you already have an account, correct.
And the sign up with email in green and the login with email both refer to having a King account, right?
I believe so, yes.
And at the top, do you see this banner that says don't lose your progress?
Yes.
All right, and if you scroll, Ms. Hauserman, to the right, there's another part of that banner that says you decide where to play. Do you see that, Mr. Schmid?
I do.
It says use your King account to continue playing anywhere and on any device. Did I read that right?
Correct.
You didn't show that in your video either, right?
I did not.
All right, why don't you scroll, Ms. Hauserman, one more, and let's just see if there's anything of note. All right, Mr. Schmid, it does not say anywhere in this screen, go buy gold bars on our website, does it?
It does not.
In fact, it's against Apple's rules to say that, isn't it?
So as I clarified earlier, the developer's choice was to push users towards the native app. I'm sorry. Yes.
I'm asking you a question. It's against Apple's rules to tell users that they can go outside of the app and go make purchases of in-app currency, right?
Correct.
So when you said on direct that Apple doesn't do anything to stop developers from offering currency outside of the native app, Apple does in fact tell them that they cannot tell users they're doing that, right?
Only inside the native app.
Meaning if someone's in the native app, they cannot be told within that app that there's something they can do elsewhere to buy content.
Correct.
All right, so let's go now we're back to these options. Continue with Apple is the same thing we were talking about when we were talking about signing with Apple, is that right?
Correct.
All right, and you don't remember what you clicked for your video?
I truly do not.
Well, let's see what happens if we try to do this with the sign in with Apple option. If Ms. Hauserman could please click on continue with Apple. Okay, and please go ahead and sign in, Ms. Hauserman. All right, you see we're now logged in there, Mr. Schmid?
I do.
All right, and the game is now available to play and save on the native app? You can exit out that, Ms. Hageman. We now have the My Account screen and we're all logged in, right?
Correct.
All right. So please exit the app, Ms. Hageman, and let's go see about going to candycrush.com like we saw in the video earlier.
Could you confirm the amount of gold you have in the native app?
Sure. 20. See that?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we're going to navigate to candycrush.com like we saw in the video. And you see that redirects you to king.com, the developer's website?
Correct.
All right. The screen that comes up shows an install button, right? That if pressed brings you back to the app, right?
Correct.
But your video showed us something else.
No.
Your video showed something else happening after this instead of going back to the App Store, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you showed us that if you go to that bar that says AA, there's a few options that appear, right?
Yes.
All right. So why don't you, Ms. Hageman, please hover over that and see what we have. So the request desktop website is what you clicked, right?
Correct.
And that option tricks your device into thinking it's a desktop and is no longer restricted to what the mobile websites are either choosing or permitted to display, right?
It does not trick your device.
It tells your device, instead of the mobile default website, that it's going to go fetch a desktop version, right?
Incorrect. It tells the website that this is a desktop client.
Right, and it's not a desktop client, right?
Correct.
And by the way, that's not the default setting, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that certain desktop sites, in fact, don't function on an iOS device?
Could you elaborate?
Are you aware that some desktop sites don't allow you to use your touch controls when used on an iOS device?
Are you referring to like a Flash website or?
Any experience with this whatsoever? You showed us a whole bunch of things you can do on a website. Have you tried to use desktop sites for touch control activities?
I have.
Okay. And are you aware that sometimes that does not work?
I have not encountered that personally.
Okay. And do you think that this request desktop website is widely known by users of iOS devices?
I do.
And what's your basis for that?
It's my belief that it's clearly an option. We don't hide it in any way, shape, or form. It's actually in a trafficked area where we also put privacy reports and other settings.
So people click on that AA routinely in your experience?
I certainly use it for Facebook.
Okay. All right. So why don't we go ahead and click that request desktop website drop down. All right. So now we're on the desktop version. The phone now thinks it's a desktop.
The website now believes the phone is the desktop.
Okay. And so now we have a play now option. Is that what you showed on your video?
It is.
All right. So why don't we go ahead and go in there? Play now. And I guess just like your video, we're going to have to resize the screen because the website still thinks we're on a desktop, right?
Correct.
All right. And Ms. Hageman, there's a little icon that looks like a disk, right? Is that right, Mr. Schmid? That's the save button on the left?
I believe so, yes.
All right. So again, we're not logged in unlike what you were on your video, right?
Could you click on that, please?
Yeah, let's do that. That pops up a login screen, right?
Yes.
And why don't we make that a little bit bigger? We still have to tell our website that we're on a phone. Okay, so it says save your progress. Do you see that?
I do.
And it gives you an option to either set up an account or in the orange log into an existing account.
Yes.
And those are King.com accounts, right?
I believe so.
You don't see Continue with Apple anywhere there.
The developer has chosen not to provide that option.
Okay, so there's no way for a user to log in to the Candy Crush on the website through sign in with Apple.
Could you click on log in to existing account just so we can verify?
Well, we're gonna do that. I'm just asking you, do you believe that there's any evidence here that a sign in with Apple option is available?
I do not see any.
And logging in, of course, is a necessary step to accomplish what you showed in your video, right?
Correct.
You just didn't show that step in your video.
Correct.
All right, so let's just try. Let's see what happens when we log in with an existing account and we try to use our sign in with Apple. Ms. Hauserman, can you please click on the login button? All right, enter the kingdom, it says, right?
Yes.
All right, so you want us to try our sign in with Apple, our Apple ID and password?
I do not.
All right, well, if we did that, it wouldn't work, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's no option to sign in with Apple here.
The developer has not provided one in this instance.
All right. So is it fair to say that you were, in fact, signed in with a king.com account for your video?
Yes.
All right. And a user then, if they wanted to do what you did in your video, can't take advantage of the sign in with Apple option and all the privacy and hide your email benefits associated with it if they want to do what you showed in your video, right?
At the developer's choice, they have not enabled that.
Not for Candy Crush, right?
Correct.
All right. You also talked about Hearthstone. That's a game you play, it sounded like?
Yes.
All right. So you picked that game?
Yes.
All right. So that game is rated 115th as of yesterday in the category cards. Would you dispute that?
I could not tell you one way or another.
Okay. And you're not under the impression that Epic is arguing that there's not a single app that allows for virtual currency to be purchased on an iOS web browser, are you?
No.
Okay. And again, that video, we're not going to do the painful reenactment. Also, you were already logged into that too, right?
I'm always logged into battle.net.
Yeah, both on the app and on the website, right?
Correct.
All right. And the options, so just going back to that video as we watched it, you scrolled through the shop within the app first, right?
Correct.
And the options to buy were right there. They were one click away as you were scrolling through, right?
Correct.
And your payment options were already saved as well on the website.
Correct.
And they're also saved on the native app?
Correct.
Council asked you if the same price on the website was the same price, he used the words, as in the App Store. Do you remember that?
I do.
You can't buy that stuff in the App Store, right? Only in the native app, right?
I'm sorry?
You can't buy that pack on the App Store, can you?
If the developer enabled promoted in-app purchase, you could.
Within the app, you purchase that, not on the App Store, right?
Promoted in-app purchase allows you to sell in-app purchases on the App Store directly.
So I can go on the App Store and buy that pack?
I could not tell you whether or not they have a promoted in-app purchase for that pack, but the technology certainly enables it.
So are you aware of any games that are selling actual content on the App Store itself right now?
I know there are many. My team was focused on in-app purchase a few years back as far as promoted in-app purchase on the App Store, so we worked with developers to enable it. Certainly.
Okay. When you were shopping around for the packs, there was nothing on there that says, go to our website and buy these packs, right?
Correct.
And that, again, is against Apple's rules, right?
Correct.
Hearthstone is a Blizzard-developed app, right?
Yes.
And that's the same app developer, Activision Blizzard King, right?
Yes.
And that's the same as Candy Crush?
Correct.
This is a big company?
Yes.
Was the price the same? Remind me. Was the price the same, Mr. Schmid?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. It was $2.99 on the mobile website and $2.99 on the App Store.
So the consumer paid the same?
I do believe there was tax on the mobile website that was added to the $2.99, whereas the App Store was included in the price.
Go ahead.
And there's no commission due to Apple if the purchase is made on the website, right?
Correct.
And if they wanted to offer a discount, could they advertise that discount within the app?
A discount on a website within the app? They could not.
Just one more question back on the Candy Crush. You testified earlier that all of your new accounts that you sign up for now that sign in with Apple is available, you use that to access third-party developer apps, right?
Correct.
But you didn't do that for Candy Crush.
So I actually recovered a password from another Candy Crush account that was a new account I had not used, but was created prior to signing with Apple.
So the one you used for the video, you went through the steps to recover a prior email and password that you had used however long ago instead of using sign in with Apple.
Correct.
You talked a little bit about House Party. There was a document you were shown by your counsel. Do you remember that?
I do.
House Party is an app, right?
It is.
And Fortnite, well, on iOS is an app, right?
Correct.
House Party is not a game, right?
It does have games inside of House Party.
Is it a game?
It is not a game.
Okay. So, so Epic has both games and non-game apps.
They do.
All right. You also testified yesterday, I think, that Roblox is a cross-platform game, I think is the word you used.
Correct.
And you talked about how developers get to choose their own category, right?
Correct.
So when Fortnite was available on the App Store, and Epic had decided it was not a game and belonged in the general app category, would Apple have permitted that?
We would have permitted them to submit as such. However, we may have recategorized them in the app review process. But I'm not a member of app review, so I could not give you specifics on how that would occur.
So even if a developer chooses how they're going to be categorized, that might be overruled by app review.
This is to prevent games like Fortnite from ending up in the kids
yes
category
or no?
or somewhere else like that.
I'm just asking yes or no.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
If a developer chose to submit their app as a specific category that they viewed themselves in, that decision could be overruled by app review and changed.
Yes.
So, for example, if Fortnite and Epic thought Fortnite should be in the entertainment category, for example, that could have been overruled by app review.
Yes.
And Roblox, they can't just move out of the games category if they want, right? That might be overruled.
Could be overruled. They may attempt to do so at their own discretion.
Are you aware that Roblox was escalated to the ERB to decide whether it was a violation of Apple's store within a store prohibition?
I'm generally aware of that.
Are you aware of what the outcome of that was?
I am not aware of what the direct outcome was, other than Roblox is still in the store.
Why don't we can you turn back to that last tab in your binder? I believe it was TX5552. That was the categories.
Sure.
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. There's games, the games description you had called out during your direct. Do you recall that?
The games category, correct.
Right, and it's defined as apps that provide single or multiplayer interactive activities for entertainment purposes, right?
Correct.
Let's read entertainment, which starts unhelpfully on the bottom of the prior page and continues on to the top. Do you agree with me of the next page?
Yes.
All right, and entertainment, not games, right? Entertainment is not a game? That's one of the other.
Entertainment is a separate category, correct.
It's not within the games category.
Correct.
And entertainment is defined as apps that are interactive and designed to entertain and inform the user, et cetera, right?
Correct.
So both games and entertainment use the word entertain in some form, and apps and interactive, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that this trial is being covered by the tech and gaming press?
Yes.
And have you heard that there's been some testimony about Roblox last week?
I have not heard anything about testimony at all.
Did you read any of the press?
I have not.
So you're not aware that Roblox was the subject of any testimony?
I am not.
So you're not aware then that Mr. Kuzminka testified that Roblox is not a game?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. So I take it then you're not aware that since that testimony, it has been reported that Roblox has fundamentally changed how it describes itself on its own website?
Could you elaborate?
Sure. Your Honor, I'm going to hand up, if I may approach, some binders for the testimony.
Okay. And I will note, all witnesses were instructed not to listen to testimony, so it's a good thing you followed my order.
It gave me a break from the news, Your Honor.
Why don't you please turn your binder to PX 1846?
Okay.
All right. You see this is an article that was published on The Verge last week with the title, Apple said Roblox developers don't make games and now Roblox agrees.
Yes, but I've never seen this article.
Did I read the title correctly?
Correct.
Okay. So if you look at this article, you'll see there's a reference in here on the second page to changes that Roblox made on its website. You see that?
Objection, Your Honor. He hasn't seen it. Well, I'll just object. Foundation.
Well, I need a question first. So far, there's nothing objectionable. Let's hear what the question is.
So the question for now is, do you see that there's discussion of changes that Roblox made on its website?
So you want him to read the whole thing?
Bill, he can read the first full paragraph on page 2.
Just one moment, please. Okay.
This article is describing changes that Roblox made on its website, right?
Yes.
And it says it's no longer using the word game. Roblox is no longer using the word game on its website.
To describe Roblox or the experiences within Roblox?
It says here, does it not, that the word game has been replaced by experience across nearly the entire Roblox website?
But that's just the categories or the experiences within Roblox. It's not saying that Roblox has decided they are no longer a game.
Have you gone to the Roblox website recently?
I have. Yes.
When's the last time you went there?
2 days ago.
2 days ago, same day you made the videos?
Correct.
Was that in preparation for today?
Actually, it was multiple reasons. One
Was
being,
it one of them in preparation for today?
yes.
Okay. So you were preparing to talk about Roblox today?
Objection, Your Honor. This is getting into privileged territory.
Sustained.
Okay. So are you aware that Roblox has user-generated content within the app?
I am.
Apple does not take the position that it has to review that content as part of app review, right?
In the specific case of Roblox, correct.
That's instead governed by the user-generated content guidelines, right?
Correct.
Is there any discipline being considered by Apple against Roblox at the present time?
Not that I'm aware of.
You interact with Roblox?
Quite frequently.
You're familiar in your role with the DPLA, the Developer Program License Agreement that developers have to enter into if they wish to distribute apps to consumers, right?
Yes.
And the DPLA has a Schedule 2 that goes with it, right?
I could not say for sure.
Okay. Apple recently revised Schedule 2. Are you aware of that?
I am not.
All right, let's look at PX 2943. It should be in your binder.
Okay.
You with me?
I'm with you.
All right. This is Schedule 2 dated March 31, 2021. On the bottom there, do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I offer PX 2943 into evidence.
No objection.
Yeah, I'm looking, Your Honor, I don't know that, I don't think we have PX 2943 in our binder.
I have it in mind. Double check. It's,
I have PX 2906.
it's supposed to be right after 2906.
I'm sorry, we found it was stuck. Apologies, no objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. Do you recognize this as the most up-to-date Schedule 2 to the DPLA?
I could not say.
This new Schedule 2 started to roll out in March of this year, right?
The date on the document is March.
March 31.
Correct. Your
practice to get familiar with the terms and conditions that are being imposed on developers?
When relevant to game developers, yes.
Okay. Schedule 2 is relevant to game developers, right?
I have not read through this, so I could not say for sure.
Schedule 2 describes commissions, right?
Would you like to give me one moment?
You don't know one way or the other?
Well, I'd like to at least quickly review it.
It's okay. If you don't know, that's fine. We're not going to talk about the commission in this document. I was just asking if you were aware that this covers it or not. Okay, let's look at Section 7 on page PX 2943.9. Title termination. Let me know when you get there.
I am there.
All right. Are you familiar with this clause?
Just one moment. I'm just reading it.
I'm going to focus on 7.1, if you could focus your attention on that.
Yes, I'm familiar.
And you've read this before today?
I've not read the document, but I'm aware of that part of the DLPA.
Okay. This 7.1 has new language, right?
I could not say.
You think that the language in 7.1 has always been there?
I could not say.
Okay. But you're aware of the language in 7.1?
As I read it today.
But it's not the first time you're familiar with the contents of that? Is that what you just testified?
Here with this generally, yes.
All right. The language, the new language at the end here starts if at any time. Do you see where I am?
I do.
It says, if at any time Apple determines or suspects that you or any developers with which you are affiliated have engaged in or encouraged or participated with other developers to engage in any suspicious, misleading, fraudulent, improper, unlawful, or dishonest act or omission, Apple may withhold payments due to you or such other developers. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
So under these new terms, Apple can withhold payments due to developers that were paid by consumers if Apple even suspects that a developer with which a developer is affiliated has engaged in suspicious behavior, right?
I personally never had to deal with this on the game side.
Is that the import of this provision?
Yes.
So let's break it up a little bit. Starts out by saying, if at any time Apple...
Ms. Moskowitz, are you representing to the court that this was not in the prior version?
I am.
Okay. And what was the date of the prior version?
This version, any iteration of Schedule 2 that was in existence and entered into before this new one came out on March 31st was the prior version.
What was the date of the prior version?
I'll have to get the last release update date, and I will get that for Your Honor.
Thank you. Proceed.
So under the new terms here, the beginning says, even if Apple, quote, suspects, right?
Determines or suspects.
Right,
Correct.
or suspects, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing in here that states what standard Apple will be applying to determinations or their suspicions, right?
I do not see that.
So let's look at the conduct it's talking about. It says engaged in or encouraged or participated with other developers, right?
Correct.
And there's no definition of what it means to encourage, right?
I think it's pretty clear, but there is no definition.
Could a supportive tweet do it?
Objection Foundation, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I'm not a part of app review, nor am I part of the legal team that could determine something like that.
If the legal team gets involved?
This is a legal document.
So you don't know whether someone sending out a supportive tweet would be viewed as encouragement or not?
Objection Foundation.
All right. So you don't know, though, what rises to the level of encouragement, right?
Same objection.
All he can testify to is his understanding. Just like any developer, you can answer as to your understanding.
So my understanding of encourage?
No, I'm asking if it's your understanding. Do you have any understanding, as it's used in this document, about what it rises to the level of encourage in this provision?
On behalf of Apple, is that what you're asking? Because that would be inappropriate.
In connection with his role as the head of games, does he have an understanding as to what this word means as used in Schedule 2?
Like to correct you, head of games business development. So I don't focus on app review or any matters that touch app review.
So is the answer that in that capacity you don't have any understanding as to what this word means in Schedule 2 that all developers sign?
It would be inappropriate for me to make a determination there.
So the answer is no, you don't.
I'm sorry.
You don't have any understanding.
Not in an official Apple capacity. I could not make that determination.
So the only understanding you would have is the English language. Is that what you're distinguishing?
I understand the English language, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I guess I'm just asking, is that what you're distinguishing here?
That was my distinguishment, yes.
Okay. Is the same true for what participation means?
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell me when the last time is that you think you saw this document, if you ever saw it?
I've certainly signed it as a developer, but I do not make it a habit to frequently read it.
Your Honor, I have the answer. The prior Schedule 2 is dated June 22, 2020, and it's PX 2621, which I believe is in evidence.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's just continue on here and look at the conduct that are the no-nos here. It talks about suspicious, misleading, fraudulent, improper, unlawful, or dishonest act or omission, right?
Correct.
And there are no definitions of any of those terms?
Correct.
So this provision is basically built by association provision, right?
Objection Foundation.
Oh, it's argumentative. Sustained.
This applies not only to a developer, but all of the developers that are affiliated with any developer who signs this agreement, right?
I could not make that determination.
Do you know how Apple defines affiliate?
Objection Foundation.
Sustained. I did get the point if you want to move on.
Sure. Just a few more questions on that. Mr. Schmid, you used the word affiliates in your declaration, right?
I did.
Okay, when we talked about the definition of affiliates in your deposition?
We did.
All right, your view is an affiliate is anyone who has any stake in a company, right?
That was a part of my definition, correct?
Okay, so for Epic, for example, that would include Tencent and Sony, for example.
Correct.
And Sony, in turn, would have a number of affiliates.
Correct.
And similarly, Tencent has a number of affiliates.
Correct.
Activision Blizzard King might be one, right?
Correct.
All right. So this is not just a termination clause, though, right? It also allows Apple to withhold payments due.
Objection Foundation.
You can answer if that's what you understand by reading it.
That is my understanding.
And Schedule 2, as well as all of the DPLA terms, are non-negotiable, right?
Correct.
And this Schedule 2 is not just given to new developers, right? It's given to all developers as soon as they want to make an update to any of their apps, right?
Correct.
So if a developer had been on iOS for years and had invested in a number of apps, they have no choice if they want to continue to offer those apps and update them to enter Schedule 2.
We give developers a reasonable amount of time to sign and update their DLPA. Correct.
But they have to do it.
They do have to do it.
You think that Apple's competing with other platforms, you said?
I do.
Have you ever seen a provision like this on any other platform whatsoever?
I could not tell you with certainty.
You testified about a number of tools that are available to developers. Do you recall that?
I do.
So you don't know whether Apple's tools are funded by App Store revenue, right?
Could you clarify?
You don't know how those tools are funded, right?
I don't deal with that whatsoever. Correct.
And, for example, have no idea whether any App Store revenue is used to fund investment in those tools.
I would have no knowledge of that. Correct.
All right. You're aware of the developer fee that developers pay to become members of the developer program?
I'm aware of the $99 fee. Yes.
That's also not part of App Store revenue, right?
I'm not aware of that, and I cannot speak to it.
You testified that Fortnite had some issues with memory that some engineers were helping with. Do you remember that?
I do.
Unity had the same issue, right?
I do not recall.
Aspyr, same issue?
I'm sorry?
ASPYR?
Aspire?
Sure. Sorry, I'm not in the industry.
Oh, you must not be a gamer either then, Miss Motzker.
I do play Candy Crush.
What level are you?
Really high. Embarrassingly high.
I could not tell you whether Aspire had a memory issue. At that point in time, I was only managing the relationship with Fortnite and one other developer.
And so you couldn't tell me if any other developers, other than those two, had the similar issue?
The other developer I was managing did not have that issue, so I could only speak towards Fortnite.
Do you recall that the issue was associated with iOS 11 that had certain memory allocations?
I do recall, yes.
So, and in iOS 12, there was a change in those allocations. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that's what caused these memory issues with certain developers?
It functionally reduced the amount of available memory for a developer to leverage in certain circumstances. So that was the crux of the issue, and we did help resolve it.
And you didn't just do that for Epic, you did that for a number of developers who were having the same issue?
I could not say.
You talked a bit about marketing support that Apple provides. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I think you said that Apple spent close to $1 million on paid marketing for Fortnite?
Correct.
Do you have an understanding as to what Apple made in commissions off of Fortnite during the life of Fortnite on iOS?
I do.
How much?
Over $100 million.
Okay. So $1 million spent, $100 million earned?
$1 million spent in the final 11 months that Fortnite was on the platform.
How long was Fortnite on altogether?
2.5 years.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to what the spend was in the overall?
I don't, but it was more than $1 million.
But you can't say how much more.
I could not.
Apple doesn't pay to feature apps on the App Store, right?
Correct.
When you gave the estimate of $100 million, is that based on your knowledge or is that a guess?
I said over $100 million.
Is it potentially over $200 million?
It would be inappropriate for me to say for sure. I do know it's over 100 million.
Okay. And so Apple also, we were just, I interrupted myself. I asked you that Apple does not pay for featuring within the App Store on iOS, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Apple doesn't pay anyone to feature an app in conjunction with Apple Music, for example.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that Apple's marketing support in any way drove Fortnite revenue?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have any understanding one way or the other as to how much of Fortnite's earnings on iOS are attributed to marketing and promotional support provided by Apple, are you?
That would be extremely difficult to calculate or attribute.
So the answer is no.
I do not.
Okay. You have no understanding as to how many Fortnite transactions within the iOS ecosystem were made as a result of advertising by Apple, right?
I do not.
Your team does not track how much revenue can be attributed to App Store placement or featuring, right?
Not on a regular basis.
They don't do it at all, right?
We can certainly look at what we believe.
I'm just asking if they do it. Does your team track it?
Revenue associated with editorial featuring?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I handed up a deposition binder, and I will ask for Your Honor to look at page 127, lines 4 through 11. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Schmid, are you on page 127, lines 4 through 11?
The small page 127?
Page 127. It should be the page of the deposition marked 127, and maybe in the upper right-hand corner.
I think I'm there. Yeah.
Okay. You testified under oath at your deposition?
I did.
Lines from 4 to 11, you were asked the following question and gave the following answer. Question: from your perspective, Apple does not attempt to track for games or other apps that are offered through the App Store. How much revenue can be attributed to App Store placement or featuring? Answer: my team does not focus on that, so I couldn't speak for any other teams at Apple. I read that correctly?
You did.
You also testified on direct about some of the editorial support that Fortnite received from Apple. Do you recall that?
I do.
You don't know what the process is, though, for determining which developers or which apps receive editorial support, right?
Editorial makes those decisions.
Right. It's not even a conversation you're involved in, right?
We're involved in that conversation.
All right. Your Honor, page 105, please, lines 13 to 23. Specifically 22 to 23.
If I could clarify.
Hold on. Oh. Go ahead. Mr. Schmid, you were asked the following question and gave the following answer. Question: what is your understanding as to the criteria that the editorial team lays out for picking developers to be the recipients of editorial support? Answer: my understanding is that their main bar is around quality, and quality being a number of things within a game. I couldn't say specifically which editors have different levels of what quality means to them or what criteria they're looking for. And it is not a conversation I'm even involved in. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
You testified on direct about social media as well. Do you remember that?
I do.
You have no understanding, though, sir, of the size of App Store's social media channels relative to Fortnite's social media channels, right?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
you do not have any understanding as to whether and to what extent Apple's social media posts with respect to Fortnite actually drive any purchases within Fortnite, right?
I do not.
And you don't recall any studies being undertaken within Apple to understand whether social media posts were driving Fortnite purchases.
I cannot recall.
You talked about advertising and marketing support. Let's talk about another aspect of a developer's experience on the App Store. You're familiar with paid search?
Yes.
And that's an Apple program that lets developers submit bids to have their app come up in searches for certain keywords that a user might type into the search bar on the App Store, right?
Yes, that is a separate team.
That you're familiar with it?
I'm familiar with it.
So, for example, if I'm Spotify, I'm not Spotify, I'm a developer of Spotify, and I want the Spotify app to be one of the top results a user sees when they search. I can try to bid on a keyword, like music, for example.
I could not speak to the direct keywords you could bid on.
Okay. So you don't know if music's one?
I've never bid on any keywords outside of games, personally.
Okay. So are you familiar with whether you can bid on Spotify, the word?
I am unfamiliar.
And if Spotify were available to bid and Spotify didn't pay for that ad, something else would come up ahead of Spotify in the search, right?
I could not say.
You don't know how it works when you bid and you buy an ad?
We keep those teams very separate.
Have you done any searches ever on the App Store?
I have.
And when you do that, do you notice sometimes you see an ad-sponsored link come up before the natural search results?
I do.
Okay. Do you have an understanding that that's the result of paid search?
I do.
Okay. So if a paid search has happened for a keyword, that result is going to appear first before natural organic search results, right?
Objection, Foundation.
It's, sustained if you want to spend your time. All right, you can lay foundation if you want.
Did you look for Candy Crush in connection with creating your video?
I did not.
Would it surprise you if Pandora came up first in a search for Spotify on the App Store?
I would not be surprised.
Because of paid ads, excuse me.
In the paid section, yes, but it could also come up organically based on being relevant.
But if an ad was paid for, that's going to come up first.
I could not tell you with certainty.
Well, isn't that the point, that the ads come up first?
I agree. I didn't think it was going to be disputed, but I'll move on.
There's occasions where ads don't show at all.
If the term is not purchased, then it won't come up at all.
Correct.
But if it's purchased, isn't that the point of paying the money?
I believe there's more to it than just bidding on the keywords as well, but again, I'm not on the ad team. I just have my historical knowledge of being a buyer of those ads when I was a developer.
Okay.
Apple benefited substantially from having Fortnite on iOS, right?
Correct.
And we talked about some numbers that are at least $100 million in revenue to Apple.
Correct.
And in fact, Apple Music also benefited at times from Fortnite on iOS, right?
Yes.
And Apple Music was involved, for example, in the Marshmello concert.
Correct.
And you referred to billboards. That was an example of Apple taking out a billboard, right?
Correct.
And Apple Music was featured prominently in that billboard, right?
Correct.
And it was Apple's idea to seek out the promotion for the DJ Marshmello concert with Apple Music, right?
It was a collaboration. I could not say where the idea originated.
If Matt Fisher testified that it was his idea, would you have any basis to disagree with that?
I would not.
And Apple, you actually asked Epic if they could support Apple Music during the Travis Scott concert on Fortnite, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You asked Epic to support Apple Music for the Travis Scott concert that happened on Fortnite, right?
I believe I asked if there was another collaboration possible.
Right, you approached Epic.
I believe so.
If you could please turn to PX to, actually, give me one moment, I'll just ask a couple of questions first. Sorry? Oh, okay. You also asked Epic a number of times for exclusive Fortnite content for iOS, right?
Correct.
You asked for exclusive skins, for example?
Outfits.
Outfits? Okay. You suggested one that could look like Steve Jobs even.
I did not suggest that.
You didn't suggest that they do the innovator that looks like Steve Jobs?
That came from a conversation that we had had prior.
Did you suggest it?
I may have followed up on that, but it was not my idea.
Okay. Whose idea was it?
I could not recall. I believe it was somebody from Epic.
Okay. And you asked them to do it, and you suggested that Mr. Schiller would hate it so much?
That is true.
So why don't we move on? There was also something called the Rogue Agent Starter Pack. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that was a bundle that consisted of both consumable and non-consumable goods for Fortnite?
Correct.
Okay. And that made a lot of money as well, right?
It made a fair amount of revenue, correct.
And that revenue was 30% to Apple, right?
Correct.
And you recall there had been a time where Apple did not allow bundles like that under its guidelines?
Consumable and non-consumables combined, correct.
And Apple changed its policy and allowed that bundle on?
It was actually an adaptation.
Changed the guideline?
So we allowed for consumables and non-consumables to be bundled in a consumable so that there couldn't be any chance of fraud. It was to protect developers.
So the Rogue Agent Pack was previously not allowed and then became allowed.
So when we make a change, we make that change for all developers. We don't have any exceptions to app review.
Rogue Agent Pack was previously not allowed and then became allowed.
So a developer may spearhead a change.
I'm not asking who caused the change. I'm asking just the fact that the Rogue Agent Starter Pack was previously not allowed and then became allowed.
Not the Rogue Agent Pack. Incorrect.
The Starter Pack?
Correct.
Okay. But packs of consumables and non-consumables previously were not allowed and then became allowed.
Correct.
When was that? When?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I believe it was shortly after Fortnite launch, which would have been May of 2018.
Okay.
I'm sorry, March of 2018.
Why don't we go ahead and take a look at PX2125.
Okay.
This is what we were just talking about with respect to starter pack.
Correct.
Okay. And the starter pack, this references in here that it had been pulled from the App Store or from the app.
Correct.
And in the time it was live, it has accounted for 33% of revenue and 58% of transactions.
Correct.
And in 3 days alone, it generated $1.13 million in billings.
Correct.
And this was in April. There was a discussion here in April of 2018.
Correct. So I'm sorry, Your Honor. It was April or May. My apologies.
Your Honor, I'll offer PX2125 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And so the Rogue Agent pack came about in December of 2018.
I believe so, yes. But actually, the Rogue Agent pack was a prior pack available on Fortnite and other platforms. It first was available on the App Store in December of 2018.
And do you recall that it was available on iOS for a couple of days and was pulled?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Why don't we just look at DX, which is in your white binder, DX4243.
Okay, I'm there.
In the bottom of the page, first page there's some bullets about the road gauge impact. You see that?
I do.
And the third bullet says the pack was previously available back in March, but only ran for under 2 days before app review had them pull it.
Yes.
Okay. That's about the road gauge impact.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And so in that time, it generated slightly over 1 million in billing. See on the next page.
Yes. So I believe we're conflating starter pack, or I'm conflating starter pack with rogue agent in some scenarios. I apologize.
So there's some discussion in here about how rogue agent coming back in December on iOS could drive substantial conversion from non-payers to payers, right?
Correct.
And that's not just for Fortnite, you're saying, but potentially total App Store MTP, right?
Correct.
Does that mean to pay?
New to paying.
And so you had expectations that this would be a big revenue driver for Apple, right?
And Epic.
And Apple.
Correct. Mutually beneficial.
Apple asked for Rogue Agent to be exclusive, right?
We did.
Switching gears, I'm going to jump around a bit. I apologize in advance. If you could turn to PX2362 in your binder, the non-white binder, also known as black binder.
I'm sorry, 2362?
Correct.
You don't want 4243 in.
No, thank you.
Okay.
This is an email chain from November 14, 2009. Do you see that?
I do.
In your copy?
I am.
Your Honor, I move PX2362 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted. Do you recognize this email chain?
I do.
And what was going on here was Epic was requesting certain details on payment processing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Apple, there was discussion within Apple as to whether it was willing to provide certain aspects of the requested information, right?
Correct.
And it shows that at least as of this time, 2 weeks had gone by without responding to Epic's request.
I'll just review the dates.
Sure, I'll point you to it. The first email on the chain, which is at the end, is November 1, 2019. Do you see that?
Correct.
And as of November 14th, there was still debate going on as to whether and to what extent Apple would respond.
Yes, so November 5th, a gentle reminder, and then November 12th, a not so gentle reminder. Yes.
November 14th, internal debate continues as to whether and to what extent to provide information.
Correct.
All right. Can you please turn to PX634?
Okay.
All right. Do you recognize PX634 as an March 12th, 2020 email on which you were copied?
I am.
Okay. The subject is Epic Games tear sheet for assessment call.
Correct.
You want to offer PX634 into evidence?
No objections, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's admitted.
Thank you. 2 minutes-ish? 2. Thank you. A tear sheet is a snapshot of business to date with a developer that Apple uses to prepare employees at the director level for a call with the developer, right?
Correct. It's not just business to date. It can be that quarter. It can be variations of it, bullet points of updates and other news that they need to know.
Okay. the bottom right-hand corner, there's a chart labeled Fortnite Attribution Sources LTD, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we had a bit of debate at our time together at our deposition about whether that was launch to date or life to date, but same idea, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this is reporting that 115 million downloads of Fortnite on iOS from launch through March 2020 occurred, right? On the bottom there?
Correct.
And of those, 79 million were the result of search, right?
Correct.
And by search, we mean someone going onto the App Store and typing and searching itself, right?
Potentially after watching an ad or other
Sure.
type of media.
Sure.
So attribution is complicated, but yes, that is correct.
Search, what's being reported in that number means were the result of someone going into the App Store and searching for Fortnite, right?
Correct.
So 69% of all of the iOS downloads in that period were from users going to the App Store and typing in Fortnite and then downloading it.
Correct.
And it also refers to some numbers associated with the Games tab, right?
Correct.
But you can't say how that's actually calculated, right?
How the install from the Games tab is calculated?
Right.
Again, there could be,
Do you know? I'm asking
it
you.
is a click to install. That is how we would calculate that.
Do you recall not knowing that at your deposition?
So how we're attributing or how we're calculating? Because I believe you asked me how I attribute it.
Let's try
not how I
again.
calculate
Let's
it.
try again. Is it your testimony that that number there for Games tab is a result of someone clicking through the Games tab that was featuring Fortnite at a given time? Yes or no?
That would be how we determine the install on the Games tab, but not the total percentage that came from any specific tab per se.
All right. You don't know, though, how that number was generated.
I could not tell you how Mr. McCona generated this number.
Okay. And the same is true for the Today tab. You don't know specifically how that was calculated?
I could not tell you how.
And the referral number, that 7,000,006%, those are downloads that explicitly came from outside of the App Store, right?
For instance, ads that Fortnite could have run.
Right.
Or Apple could have run.
Right. You can't tell, though, whether it was an Epic-owned channel or an Apple-owned channel that resulted in those referrals.
I could not.
Now a good time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you are instructed, Mr. Schmid, not to have any discussions with your attorneys or any party relative to your examination during the break. All right, we'll stand in recess for 20 minutes, which brings us to 10:37.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This will reflect that the parties are present, the witnesses on the stand. Ms. Moskowitz, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just going back to this engineering issue with iOS 12, do you remember we talked about that?
Yes.
If you could turn, I believe there should be some documents in your binder at the end in a pocket, PX856. Let me know if you can get to that.
Yes.
And this is an email chain from February of 2019 with the subject line, hot iOS 12 memory accounting.
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer PX856.
No objection, Your Honor.
856 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schmid, if you could turn to the second page there, there's an email that discusses some background on the issue. Do you see that?
I see that.
And it discusses what iOS 11, the allocations we were discussing, and some issues with iOS 12, right?
Correct.
And these are issues that were inherent in iOS 12, right?
I wouldn't call it an issue. It's just a change.
Okay, and a change that created some issues.
Correct.
If you could turn then to PX452, which also should be in the same location.
Yes.
Okay. And this is an email chain from March 3, 2020. You see that?
Correct.
Your Honor, I offer PX 452.
No objection to the document, Your Honor.
Thank you. And this is, if you go to the second email down on the first page, there's an email to Mark Grimm, one of your colleagues, right?
Correct.
Grimn. It refers to the engineering work that's being done on the same issue, right?
Yes.
And it says that there's one full-time engineer working at Apple, right?
Yes.
And 8 full-time engineers working on Epic on the problem, right?
Correct.
You talked about app review that Fortnite went through. Well, all developers went through, but Fortnite went through when it was on iOS, right?
The app review process?
Yes. And every build for every app has to go through app review.
Every binary change has to go through app review.
And that's even if it's a small tweak, still has to go through.
If it's a change to the binary, it must go through app review.
And you testified on direct that Apple's app review team reviewed Fortnite updates, I think you said 200 times?
Correct.
But you remember at your deposition, you couldn't tell me how many times Fortnite had been reviewed, right?
Correct.
That's something that comes from a back-end system that you don't even know who owns, right?
So
Do you know who owns the system?
I don't know who owns the system.
And that information comes from a back-end system, right?
That information likely exists in multiple places.
Not in your head, right?
It does not just exist in my head.
Does it exist at all in your head until you got it from somewhere else?
I had to receive that information from somewhere else.
The app review process can last up to 48 hours, right?
Yes.
And after an approval or rejection from the app review process, an app then has to get released to the propagation process, right?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure we're clear. So app review happens, and then separate and apart from app review, this thing called propagation happens.
Correct.
And propagation can take up to 24 hours, right?
That is our SLA.
And SLA is service level agreement.
Correct.
And that basically, what you mean by that is that's the standard time that you should tell developers to expect.
Correct.
And so adding together the app review process and the propagation process, you can be expected, if you're a developer, to wait an average of 72 hours between submitting a build and getting it out to the iOS users.
For planning purposes, 72 hours would be prudent, correct?
And during those 72 hours, up to the process is complete, the app or the update will not be available to iOS users at large, right?
Until it has been approved and propagated, correct?
You would disagree if someone said that app review should only be expedited in extenuating circumstances. You would disagree with that statement, right?
I would not disagree with that statement.
Okay, so you would use that word?
There's more than one reason, but extenuating circumstances would certainly be a reason in which to expedite app review.
Okay. Your Honor, if you could please turn to 153, lines 12 through, well, it goes on to 154.3. But I think the relevant language is through 18. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Schmid, at your deposition, you were asked the following question and gave the following answer. Question: is it your general understanding, separate from Epic and Fortnite, then, that developers should only be making expedited requests in extenuating circumstances? Answer: I wouldn't use that language particularly, especially nowadays. And you go on, right? So you have to read the whole thing. I would suggest that if there's something along the lines of a critical bug fix or something that's impacting users, it's very important that we do offer them that expedite option, again, at the benefit of our users. But we don't have any firm criteria in which I'm aware of that would say, like, only do it, in certain circumstances such as X, Y, and Z, and lay it out specifically. It is very much at the discretion of developers when to ask for such an expedite specifically. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And you cannot recall a single instance where you refused to pass along an expedite request from any developer for app review, right?
I cannot recall an instance in which I would refuse to pass along that request, or at least make that request known.
You recognize Epic's need to sync Fortnite releases across multiple platforms, right?
Yes.
You understand, of course, that Fortnite is a cross-platform game.
Yes.
And you understand that it was highly important to Epic to have Fortnite content be available across all of its platforms simultaneously.
Yes.
And you understood that part of the model for Fortnite is that there's frequent releases of new versions of Fortnite, right?
Yes.
And you understood specifically with respect to those releases, and because Fortnite is available on multiple platforms, it's important for Epic to time the releases on each platform to be synchronized.
Correct.
And the propagation process following app review is the process it takes for an app to basically get live and out to iOS users.
Correct.
So if you could please turn to PX625. Hold on just a minute. Sure.
I'm not connected. I'm not connected. Are you all connected? Oh, God.
I don't think so. We're not connected here either.
It's hard to be connected when the wire is not connected.
Yeah, even in this day and age, sometimes you just need a wire.
Okay.
Justin?
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Mr. Schmid, if you could turn to PX625 in your binder.
I'm there.
This is an email between you and Mr. Dobrin, April 25, 2019. Do you see that?
Correct.
Your Honor, I offer PX625.
No objection, Your Honor.
This is an email discussing a Fortnite release and propagation issues with respect thereto, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Dobrin makes a number of observations about Apple's propagation system in here, right? Second email from the top.
Say one observation.
He says here, I can't believe we are relying on an indexer to push data live in 2019, right?
Yes.
And he says you can keep pestering engineering on the shortcomings of the indexer system, right?
Yes.
And you wrote back, agreed, exclamation point. If we want more games to treat us as a legitimate games platform, we got to move to a more reasonable system with a shorter SLA, at least in line with the other major platforms. You see that?
I do.
And again, SLA was referring to the time it takes between submission and sort of getting it out to users.
The maximum amount of time it should take.
You thought it should be shorter.
Well, the SLA is 24 hours, but often propagation would happen within 30 minutes.
But it often didn't, right?
Not often.
You're aware that it took time for Epic's Fortnite releases to be propagated, right?
Most are propagated quite quickly.
Epic complained from time to time that there were issues with propagation, right?
Yes.
Consoles propagated Fortnite faster than Apple did.
Yes, they have many less apps and games.
And they could propagate in seconds or minutes at worst.
Because they're only propagating one thing per day. Yes.
Could propagate in seconds or minutes at worst, right?
Sorry, absolutely.
Thank you. And because of propagation differences, sometimes Epic had to decide whether to offer the update across all platforms or wait for Apple.
Correct.
Your Honor, I believe I can pass the witness. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Schmid, I'd like to go back to those two videos we showed, the videos that you recorded. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you edit those videos in any way?
No.
In other words, can you tell us from when you pushed record to when you pushed stop, was there anything you did in between there?
I did not.
Okay. And is that the case for both of those videos?
Correct.
Now, I think you testified on cross-examination that you took a step, I believe, on the App Store before you started one of those videos. Do you recall what that step was?
Took a step on the App Store?
I think the counsel said, did you do something before you started recording? Do you recall that you testified that you did something before you started recording on the App Store?
I logged in to the games, but that was not on the App Store. That was within the game, specifically within Candy Crush Hearthstone. I was already logged in.
Okay, so you logged into the game, the native app. Is that right?
Correct.
That's the only thing that you did before you recorded in that one instance?
Correct.
Okay, no other editing or speeding up that you did?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd actually like to move in those videos.
Okay. Objection, those are demonstratives.
Did I allow yours, Ms. Watchgroup?
I did not offer my demonstrative, Your Honor.
Have I allowed any videos from either side?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor. There was one, Your Honor, there was one commercial that had aired that we did offer, the Star Wars one, but that wasn't a demonstrative. That was that we had offered into evidence.
Your Honor, there have been a number of videos admitted into evidence as recently as yesterday, which was Mr. Sweeney presenting at WWC 14, and then there were the trailers created by Epic for Creative Mayhem, and the original Battle Royale mode trailer as well, among others.
Your Honor, I think the distinction is that the documents or the videos, that were offered and entered into evidence were actually pre-existing, not made for litigation purposes. Those were pre-existing facts and statements that could be entered.
I don't think that we recorded Mr. Evans' demonstration. So to be equal on both sides, I'm not going to allow you to do it. There's some court of appeal law clerk will try to replicate it themselves, and it'll be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Turning back to the demonstrative of Candy Crush that counsel walked you through, do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall that there were some various steps that they asked you about in that examination?
Yes.
Are those steps that are those steps the type of steps that you might have to take the first time you create an account for a particular game?
Yes, but again, this is at the developer's discretion. So in the instance provided, we do require that if you're offering a third-party login, like Facebook login or another social media login, that you must also add Sign In with Apple as a service to our users to give them a privacy-friendly option when they're signing up for an account with any game or app. However, at that point, then it's the developer's choice whether to offer that login option as well on their website and tie those experiences together. In this circumstance, King chose to not use any third-party login system on their website and to only offer the King.com account, which is absolutely their choice.
And is Sign In with Apple, which you just mentioned, came up in your cross-examination, is that something Apple makes available to developers, any developer?
Yes, on web or native.
And is there any charge for Sign In with Apple, the use of Sign In with Apple?
There is not.
And do you know when the Sign In with Apple program was instituted?
I could not give you an exact date. It was over 1 year ago.
So within roughly about a year ago?
It was definitely over 1 year ago, possibly 2 years ago.
Okay. With respect to the steps that you were taking, once a user initiates their login and password for a website or the native app, is that something they have to do every single time subsequently?
Objection, Foundation. Overruled.
So a user can choose oftentimes to remember their login and password. Most developers will give you that option on their website. On the native app, it pretty much is always saved. There's occasions where you may prefer to log in each time. And then also on the website, bounce back to that, we have Keychain and other apps available to allow you to save passwords if you prefer to log in and, use Face ID, for instance.
And in your specific case, you're a gamer. Is it your practice to save your passwords so you don't have to type them in again?
Yes.
In your experience in the gaming industry, is it your understanding that gamers typically keep their passwords saved?
Yes.
I want to turn to Exhibit 625, which I think was the last PX Exhibit 625, which was in the black binder. Mr. Schmid, one of the last ones. Council asked you about. Do you have it?
You said 625? I see.
It's on your screen.
Okay. Yes.
And at the top of Exhibit 625, well, first of all, let me ask you this: do you believe that the iOS platform is a legitimate games platform?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell us what you meant with the email on the top of Exhibit 625 when you were discussing this issue?
So one of my jobs is also to work with game developers that aren't on the platform. Sometimes this is developers that have made console or PC games for years. Oftentimes it's an independent developer that's only had a game on Steam, and they're used to a certain experience on the platforms they exist on. So what I meant by this was if we want more game developers to see iOS as a viable and a really legitimate gaming platform, these are the kind of things that we could change to improve the experience to get there.
What specific thing were you talking about here?
In this case, I was talking about the propagation process. There's also a lot to be said about how much more Apple is processing through that propagation pipeline than any other platform. So we have many more apps, and it's just a much, much bigger platform than the consoles or even, a direct-to-PC store would have.
So is this propagation issue at all related to the capabilities or the technology or the graphics of the phone?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Okay. So there's been a lot of discussion about gamers in this trial. Do you, as in your role, has Apple done any studies or profiles in terms of gamers as a separate and distinct customer base?
Yes, Your Honor.
And can you tell me, in terms of the amount of money that developers and Apple are making on gamers as a distinct customer base, what those numbers look like? I mean, in terms of, how is that base different from anybody else who's using the iPhone?
Sure. So I think this is a very complicated question, but something that's very important and I'm highly interested in. So when we look at revenue derived from games, it's very, very big. It's a tremendous part of the platform. It's, the billions of dollars that generated that's mutually beneficial to Apple and our game developers. When you look at the title gamer, which has some kind of negative associations with it at times, and oftentimes those are validated by things that we see in the gaming ecosystem, I think that's where I get uncomfortable determining what that user base is. So my wife, for instance, plays Scrabble Go every day. She has not played a PC game or console game since Fortnite was no longer in our house. But she plays Scrabble Go every day. Does that make her a gamer? In the traditional sense, maybe not, but she plays a game every day. So I would say in the modern sense, yes. At Apple, we don't look at gamers as some sort of the stereotypical teenager in their basement playing games. We look at gamers as people who enjoy games. They may also do other things with their phone and have, really important jobs, or they may just be killing time on the bus. That's a gamer to me. That's somebody that enjoys games. It doesn't define them as a person. Like, I'm a dad, but I also play games.
So of the entirety of that population, where are the revenues coming from?
So of the entire population of app users? Or
no, are you saying that all app users are also gamers?
Certainly not.
Okay. So of all app users, how many would you say access or you would put in a gamer category?
I guess that truly depends on the definition. If we're saying a gamer is somebody that plays a game once a week, and if that's what we're going to use to identify it, it's a very large percentage of users. I couldn't give you an exact, but I think, even if you look anecdotally in your life, how many people have a game on their phone, it's almost all the people you speak with. There might be some exceptions, and maybe they don't play them quite frequently, but...
Okay. So not anecdotally then. Apple's a business, developers are,
correct, Your Honor.
You're trying to make money.
Correct.
So in the context of revenue, what are you finding? Or do you do any analysis whatsoever?
We do the analysis on the revenue from games, but we don't look at the user level activity, like what does the gamer on our platform generate. We don't split our users in that same way.
Okay. So in terms of revenue, do you make a distinction, or have you done any analysis between what happens with in-app purchases as compared to initial downloads?
So if you're referring to premium games that are purchased for a price versus in-app purchase games, free-to-play games,
right,
the vast majority would be free-to-play games and the revenue derived from free-to-play games. Premium games is still a business on our store, but is a much, much smaller business today than it was a decade ago.
And how are subscriptions working into that analysis?
As far as games go, there's very few games that are really able to crack that subscription model. I think there's certainly more than there have ever been, and it's continuing to grow, mostly around battle passes like Fortnite has and other things of that nature, but it's still a much smaller section than in-app purchase alone.
Has Apple ever done any analysis of issues related to impulse purchasing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Anything on these questions, Ms. Motzberg or Mr. Srinivasan? Just get back up. Actually, you first.
Nothing here, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Motzberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court asked you a few questions, Mr. Schmid, about where revenues are being generated from. Do you remember those questions?
Correct, yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of that information, or is that something that you have to look up in the system?
As far as, could you clarify?
Sure. Could you tell me for any actual category of games sitting here right now exactly how much revenue is generated?
Oh, per category?
Sure.
I could not give you that off the top of my head.
And vis-a-vis between games and non-game apps as they are currently categorized, you can't actually tell me any of the numbers of revenue generated by those categories.
Off the top of my head, I would not be able to do that.
And you would have to go look that up somewhere?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any follow-up?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, sir. You are now excused. Now you can listen to the news.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, next witness. If the witness is coming in, Mr. Long.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Bell for Apple. We call as our next witness Craig Federight.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give before this case
I do.
Your Honor, may I?
Okay. My name is Craig Michael Federighi. The last name is spelled F as in Frank, Ederighi.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I pass up some binders to the witness and to the court?
Yes, you may.
Morning, Mr. Federighi.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Craig Federighi. I work at Apple.
All right. And what is your current position at Apple?
I'm the Senior Vice President of Software Engineering.
Before we start talking about your work at Apple, can you give us an overview of your education and work history?
Sure. I caught the computer bug when I was 10 and was sort of self-taught and did some commercial work throughout junior high and high school, and then went to UC Berkeley in computer science. I worked a little bit after that, then went back for a master's in computer science, also at UC Berkeley. And then I worked at Oracle and then eventually at Next Computer, which was a company founded by Steve Jobs. I joined as a software engineer. We were ultimately acquired into Apple. I worked at Apple for a while, and then as a director of engineering ultimately, and then worked at Ariba for 10 years as a CTO before returning back to Apple in 2009.
At Apple, what are your current responsibilities today?
Well, so I lead our software engineering organization. It's a team responsible primarily for building the operating systems that power Apple's products.
What is an operating system?
Well, today, the operating system is a massive piece of software, hundreds of millions of lines of code that really take the raw potential that is a piece of hardware in an iPad or a Mac or an iPhone and turn it into an experience, turn it into the things that you're used to using with graphics and gestures and icons and built-in experiences and apps. So it's kind of top to bottom a large software stack that makes the device what it is.
Okay. And the people in this courtroom have heard a lot about iOS and Mac OS already. Can you tell us what those are?
Yes. So iOS refers to the operating system that powers the iPhone. There's also a variant of iOS called iPadOS that powers the iPad. And then Mac OS is the operating system, of course, that powers the Mac.
And does your job responsibilities entail any work on either Mac OS or iOS?
Both, yes.
Okay. Do your job responsibilities cover the security of Mac OS and iOS?
Yes.
Okay. And at a high level, what does security mean for you in the context of your work at Apple?
So my organization includes a team that focuses particularly on on-device security as well as an overall security architecture for our devices. Security as a discipline for us means protecting users' data and protecting their control over the device, making sure that what happens on their device is what the user intended and isn't being manipulated by a bad actor.
At the time that iOS was developed, did Mac OS already exist?
Yes, Mac precedes iOS by a grade.
And do the two operating systems share the same core operating system kernel? Have you heard that phrase?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, they do. So if you think of the operating system as a car or something like this, you could think of the kernel maybe as the engine, the low-level power plant. And they do, both those operating systems share the same kernel and apply it in somewhat different ways, just as automotive engine might end up in a car and a fighter plane and a tank.
And given that Mac OS and iOS share the same operating system kernel, did the initial iOS operating system share the same security mechanisms as Mac OS, which had preceded iOS?
There were tremendous differences.
Why was that?
Well, and I'm going to speak, I rejoined Apple in 2009 after some of this work had already occurred, but since taking over leadership of it, I certainly will represent all of it for the board. When we set out to create iPhone, we recognized this was a kind of once-in-a-generation opportunity to take what we'd learned in security and really build a system for the next generation. The fundamental computer architecture of something like the Mac and its security architecture has its roots going back 40 years. We learned a lot with iOS, but we also understood that the cell phone market was a market of billions of devices. It was going to touch many more people in a wide range of age groups, in a wide range of kind of understanding of operating a computer. And so we really had to think about a security architecture that could protect all of them in that kind of context.
When the iPhone was first released, was it open to third-party native apps?
No, it was not. It was just had built-in experiences and then web browsing.
And so when Apple subsequently opened up the iPhone to native third-party apps, do you have an understanding of whether that affected the security considerations for iOS?
Oh, tremendously, yes. We also wanted to really radically rethink people's relationship with apps. When you go back to a system like the Mac, downloading software was relatively infrequent event. People usually installed a handful of applications. For iOS, we envisioned that users would download lots of little apps to solve all kinds of problems, that they would be downloading software all the time. And so we wanted to make that something that users could do very easily without being particularly experienced or thoughtful about the security consequences of performing those kinds of downloads. And so we had to engineer an end-to-end system that could give customers that confidence.
Okay. From the perspective of somebody who has to defend iOS users against attacks, is there any kind of model that you use to evaluate kind of what the attack situation looks like, from the perspective of the device user?
Sure. A common way when considering security is to think about the threat model. Who are the threat actors? What are they trying to do? What are their motivations? What are their means of attack? And then consider what sort of countermeasures or obstacles can be created to frustrate that attack or make that attack economically viable for them.
Okay. If I could ask Mr. Spalding to put up slide number 2. Thank you. Mr. Federight, do you recognize what's on the screen right now?
I do.
And what's the information that's being conveyed here?
Well, it's really getting to how an attacker often thinks about the attractiveness of performing an attack. The largest class of attackers are fundamentally economically motivated cyber criminals. And I suppose like any business, they're concerned about return on investment. How big is the economic opportunity? How big is the market? And so the factors that will play into the analysis of how worth it is it to mount an attack against a platform has to do with how many customers are there for their malware. In other words, how many devices can I hope to attack? How many opportunities am I going to get to mount my attack? Because each of those are going to give me another sort of at-bat to hope to create an infection and accomplish my goals. And then what's the kind of value of that access? If I succeed at that attack, what kind of return could I expect for doing so?
Okay. And let's take these one at a time in the context of an iOS devices now. What does the number of devices look like as a threat model consideration for a potential attacker?
Well, the iOS ecosystem is quite popular at this point. There are well over 1 billion active devices out there. And so from an attacker's point of view, there's a large market that's very attractive to potentially attack.
Okay. And then what about the number of opportunities? What does that mean with respect to iOS devices?
Well, that essentially means how often is an attacker likely to have contact with a user. In a way, iPhone users are more prone to download apps by far than typical, let's say, Mac or PC users. The iOS app ecosystem has been so successful that, we have a campaign called There's an App for That, because kind of, hey, you've got a little thing you want to do, download an app. That's a very normal thing to do on iOS. But what that means for an attacker is potentially lots of opportunities to convince someone, how about download my thing? And so for iOS, that's a very large factor.
Okay. And then finally, what does the value of access mean in the context of iOS devices?
Well, iPhones are very attractive targets. They are very personal devices that are with you all the time. They have some of your most personal information, of course, your contacts, your photos, but other things. They have cameras on them and microphones. They are capable of knowing your location. And so they're also often, because they're always with you, they may be used as a key to get into your place of business or an authentication token to unlock your bank account. All of these things make access or control of these devices potentially incredibly valuable to an attacker.
Okay. Mr. Spalding, if you could put up number 3. Great. So we've been talking a little about the threat model considerations for the iOS. Let's briefly compare that to Mac OS, and let's take those one at a time. How does the iOS threat model compare to Mac OS devices in terms of number of devices?
Well, the Mac's a very successful product, and I love it very much, but there are well less than a tenth as many Macs out there in active use than iOS devices. So from an attacker's point of view, iOS is a much more attractive market in ways to go after.
And then what about the number of opportunities for a malware attacker to mount an attack on Mac OS versus iOS device users, or the average Mac OS versus iOS device user?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Mac users and the habit of how people approach software in the Mac is much has its roots in many, many years ago when one would install a handful of applications to accomplish particular tasks, but then it kind of steadies out. They're not downloading lots of apps all the time. And Mac users are also typically much more wary about downloading software. They might be on the internet, and so they wonder, do I really need this app or not? iOS users are accustomed to just getting apps all the time, and so we see iOS users installing dramatically more applications, which again ultimately means, as an attacker, if I'm trying to convince you to download that one more app, I've got a good chance that you're going to be willing to do that.
And then finally, what about the value of access as it compares to those two classes of devices?
I think certainly there's high value to data that exists on Macs as well. iOS devices have an additional level of value or concern, in part by nature of the fact that it is a device that is always with you. And because it's always with you, if someone wanted to track your location, if someone wanted to have a live mic on you to capture your conversations, if they wanted to get access to certain kinds of credentials and tokens you use to access maybe work systems, those are likely to be on your iOS device, not nearly as likely to be on the Mac. So in general, the iOS devices are a more attractive, higher value target.
Okay. Let's transition from talking about kind of the incentives to attack, and let's talk about the attacks themselves. In your work at Apple, have you gained an understanding in terms of the types of attacks that may be mounted against Apple device users?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and if I could ask Mr. Spalding to put up number 4. Mr. Federight, what's on the screen right now? What information is on here right now?
Well, this is an overview of some common sort of varieties of attacks that one sees across the computing ecosystem in terms of different kinds of malware.
Okay, and some of these may be more self-evident, but let's go through them one at a time. You've got up here on the upper left scams. What's a scam in the context of an app?
So scam is often software that's misrepresenting itself, claiming to offer something that it doesn't actually deliver. Hey, give me this money and I'll let you watch this video, or give you access to this discounted software, and in fact it's really just misleading the user and taking their money without giving them what they expected.
Okay. What do you mean when you say vandalism and sabotage?
So some software is out there really to do damage. Now, this could be everything from someone who is just pulling a destructive prank, maybe to get in the news or establish their credibility with a certain community. But it can also be used for really destructive purposes. This could be trying to take out a power plant. There have been incidences of breaking into systems in order to poison water, these kinds of things. And so this is using access to a computer to ultimately maneuver around the network and maybe either destroy the data on a computer or destroy a computer system, or use the computer system's controls to wreak even greater physical havoc.
What is ransomware?
Well, so ransomware is really ultimately getting someone to pay money to either avoid embarrassing or confidential information being released, or to regain access to information that an attacker has taken control of. So a common scheme is to get access to a user's data. Maybe this is photos, maybe these are confidential documents, copy them up from the user's system up to the attacker's system, and then say, oh, well, I found these embarrassing details about your life. Pay me or else I'm going to release them. Another form of ransomware is where the attacker actually has your own computer encrypt the data with a key that only the attacker has, and so you can no longer access your own data. Your precious photos, your critical business documents are now gone for you, and the attacker says, I have the key, pay me this much, or I will destroy the key, and this is a common form of ransom. And this has been done certainly broadly against individuals as well as institutions like hospitals that have a really urgent need to maintain their systems and access to critical information, and that's why they're a target for ransom.
And what is surveillanceware?
Well, so surveillanceware takes advantage of if you can get deep access to a device, get the user to give you perhaps access to the camera or microphone. You might listen in on them. You might install what's called a keylogger to try to get all the passwords you're typing or account numbers and exfiltrate that information.
Okay. And then finally, what is info stealing?
Well, it is kind of like what it sounds like. It can be stealing information of value. A common subclass, a very popular one on Windows and Android, are fake banking apps. So you might think you're downloading the banking app from your bank to let you manage your account. It's actually a attacker-controlled app, and as you type in your account number, maybe your social security number, your password to your bank, the attacker is actually receiving that information, and behind the scenes, they're using that information to empty out your bank account.
So these are kind of the various what happens when the attacks actually happen. Are you also familiar with some of the ways in which the attackers will mount the attack itself?
Certainly.
Okay. Mr. Spalding, if you could put up number 5. And Mr. Federight, what do we have on the screen here?
Well, these are a high-level representation of the sort of phases of the activity of an attacker. They, of course, develop and package their malware. They distribute their malware, find a way to get it to users for users to download it. And then the malware, once installed and run on the victim's device, goes about doing its harm.
Okay. And so the developed part seems more self-evident. Attacker sits down and writes the code. So then what comes next?
Well, so once they've developed their attack, they ultimately have to decide how to package it such that they could, because no one, if you advertise something, if here's some malware, do you want it? Very unlikely to get too many takers for that. And so part of what the attacker has to do is figure out how to package that malware as something they can entice someone to download. One thing they might do is package it as a Trojan, meaning take something that the user already wants. Here's a free copy of Microsoft Word, of the Adobe Flash Player, or Photoshop. And in fact, you don't just get Photoshop, you get Photoshop plus some extra malware added into it. That would be one kind of packaging. Another packaging would be to create some app that they think they could convince someone is highly desirable. We've seen things like, here's a video player to let you watch free NFL games. Or here's something to watch a certain kind of salacious clip that they teased you with. You just need this custom player if you want to use it. And what that app actually is, it may be none of those things, but what it does do is deliver malware. Once they have the malware that they want the user to install, of course, they have to get the user interested in it. They have to make that connection with the user. And that gets to distribution. And the internet is just a very wide open environment for distribution. And so very often there'll be things like Google search results, where they'll find something you might be looking for, maybe a search for free Adobe Photoshop, free Microsoft Word, and here's a search result that says, you can have it here. And where it directs you is to a web page that looks legitimate, might legitimately look like the real Microsoft or the real Adobe. You think you're downloading this discount software, you've actually just downloaded malware. They might also phish you by sending you an email looking like this is a notice from Apple Computer saying, you need to update your computer with the following thing. Please install this. And again, you click a link that they've made to look like it's from Apple. You download some software, and you get not what you bargained for. So there are many kinds of email-oriented, those are fundamentally web marketing techniques, harnessing advertising and marketing machinery to convince users to download something different than what they thought they were getting.
So let's say the malware has been written through an ad or otherwise, the victim has downloaded the software onto their device. Is there anything else that then needs to be done for the attack to be culminated?
Yeah, so there are a number of operating system defenses that seek to contain bad software. And so, of course, the attacker needs to make sure that they can circumvent those defenses to accomplish their goal. Now, if they've gotten you to download the software in the first place, they've mounted, and to run that software, they've mounted one of the critical hurdles. The next thing they want to do is either exploit a bug in the operating system to get around the operating system's protections, or very commonly fool you in a way we call social engineering, fool you into giving that software the access it needs. So an example would be for that ransomware software, maybe this app represents itself as a dating app. And it says, oh, I need access to your photo library so you can pick a profile picture for your account on the dating app. The operating system says the app has asked for access to your photo library. Do you want to allow that? And you say, well, I guess so. I really want to use this dating app. I say, okay. Well, now the operating system has allowed access. The attacker software now goes through all your photos, either encrypts them for ransom, exfiltrates them to the attacker site for blackmail, et cetera. So social engineering is another way that they can accomplish their harm.
So we've been talking about attacks now. Let's transition and talk about defense. How would you describe Apple's approach to defending against the various techniques and the attacks that we've been talking about so far?
Well, we use the term defense in depth.
Actually, Mr. Federight, the microphone is hitting your lapel.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
So we use the term defense in depth, and this means providing many, many layers, because at any given time, one of those layers could be temporarily circumvented, and so you want to have another layer and another layer. And these layers also, in aggregate, create difficulty and economic disincentive. If the attacker constantly has to fight at each of these layers, it may not be worth it in time if their return can't be great enough. So we try to stack up many layers of defense.
Okay. And Mr. Spalding, if you could put up slide number 7. Mr. Federight, do you recognize what's some of the information that's on slide number 7 that's on the screen right now?
Yeah, so this represents 3 broad categories of defenses, and we've stacked them up here kind of to represent a barrier that an attacker would have to get over to accomplish their attack.
Okay, let's start from the bottom. What's a malware scan?
So a malware scan is analyzing a piece of software to determine whether, typically programmatically analyze a piece of software to try to determine whether it contains known malware or malware patterns that have been seen before so that you can reject the software.
What is referenced by signed code?
So code signing is a cryptographic technique that can be used so that when you receive, let's say, a program to run, you can determine whether an entity that presented it to you had been in possession of a certain signing certificate that someone who you trusted had granted. So say Apple gives a certificate to a registered developer, the developer signs the software with that certificate, and when the operating system is asked to run the software, it can determine, oh, this code was signed by someone who had a certificate that was granted to them from Apple. And so that's a protection against an attacker throwing random an untrusted entity, an unknown entity throwing some attack that had never been seen before. It tries to establish some level of legitimacy for the entity providing the software.
So if a user receives code that's signed by a trusted developer or a big entity, say UC Berkeley, does that typically mean that the code is safe to run on your computer?
Unfortunately, often not. The code signature is a deterrent, but code signatures, the signing certificates themselves can be stolen. They can fall into the wrong hands. If you look at something like some of the kinds of attacks that you've seen where someone has gotten control of the signing infrastructure of a given company or of an open source project and used it to sign software that was illegitimate. And the other problem is when you talk about a large developer community, and iOS has hundreds of thousands, million developers, that's a lot of certificates that are being granted and they're out in the environment. It is difficult to, with a total confidence, establish the intents, motives, and authenticity of everyone who holds one of those certificates. And so in practice, it's common for attackers to get a hold of these certificates, even though we wish they didn't have them. And then once a user, if they were to try to look and say, well, I think I'm downloading from UC Berkeley, let me go look at what the certificate says. Honestly, most users don't bother to read that. But if they do, attackers, of course, are clever enough to make sure that the name of their business sounds conformant with the entity they're trying to impersonate. So is it UC Berkeley? Is it Berkeley Technology Center, LTD? Is it, I mean, there are any number of names that to a user is like, oh, that sounds right. And in fact, it's not the real entity they thought they were trusting.
Got it. And what is sandboxing?
So I'm using sandboxing here in the broadest term, in that containing software to execute in the manner that the operating system is attempting to authorize. Now, the root of the term is thinking about, let's say, children playing in a sandbox. A sandbox has a boundary to it. It has a set of toys. If you're a child playing in this sandbox, you don't get to reach out of the sandbox and do something unsafe elsewhere, right? You're kind of contained in a safe playpen to make sure you don't do anything bad. Well, the operating system has many mechanisms to attempt to make sure that software that's running doesn't do anything that the user hasn't authorized.
Does Apple use any of these mechanisms on Mac OS or iOS, the malware scanning, the sign code, and the sandboxing?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And is it iOS or Mac OS, or which one?
So both iOS and Mac OS have different variants of these technologies.
There's been some testimony earlier in this case about technology called address space layout randomization, ASLR. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And what is that?
So it's one of a broad class of anti-exploitation techniques that try to make it difficult for an attacker to get code execution in an environment where they weren't supposed to have code execution. An attacker will perhaps have present data to a part of the system by perhaps doing a buffer overrun or use after free attack. Sorry, these are techie phrases. But in essence, they ultimately try to get some code when they weren't supposed to run code. And what they do is have their code try to do jumps into operating system routines to do their work. And in order to do that, though, they need to know the address of those routines. They need to know where they're jumping to. And in the old days, those addresses were something you could know up front, so the attacker could put that in their attack, and they could say, oh, if I want to do this routine, I'm going to call here. Address space layout randomization says that the operating system at startup picks a random slide for each piece of operating system code so that if I try to attack your system, I don't know where that address is. I could be jumping off to the middle of nowhere, and then the operating system says, hey, something's fishy here. Someone just jumped into the middle of nowhere. I'm going to terminate execution. So it's one of the protections to make sure that the app is staying on its rails and behaving as expected.
And is ASLR represented on any of these defense mechanisms that we've been talking about?
Yeah, in the broadest terms, sandboxing is meant to represent all the kinds of things like memory protections and other things to keep the code executing according to OS permissions.
There's also been some testimony about mechanisms execute never and memory isolation. Are you familiar with those mechanisms?
Sure.
And what are those?
So one technique an attacker will use is to try to send code down or create code on the fly to execute and then try to get the system to execute it. This, of course, could bypass code signing because if what the operating system is supposed to be running is only code that it had been seen before and that had been signed, and now someone tries to jump into some new code, that would be a problem. By having the operating system ensure that any data pages that the program allocates are marked for no execution, even if the attacker writes code into those pages, if they try to set the CPU to execute instructions in those pages, the operating system says, hold on, I'm not allowed to execute on that page. So it's yet another defense against a common exploit.
Okay. And are those represented on this slide as well, this wall?
Yeah, again, in my mind, these are all part of the sandboxing protections, keeping the process executing as expected.
Okay. And then finally, there's been some testimony about kernel integrity protection and page protection layers. At a high level, what are those?
So we talked earlier about the kernel, operating system kernel, being kind of the engine of the car. It's a foundational part of the operating system. And it is the kernel that's enforcing many of these protections. It's enforcing code signing. It's enforcing the walls of the sandbox. If an attack could breach the integrity of the kernel and cause the kernel to stop executing those protections, now the attacker would have free reign over the system. So kernel integrity protection is one of the ways we block tampering with the kernel by making sure that once the kernel has started up and its basic data structures have been initialized, that those are locked down and unmodifiable so that were an attacker subsequently to try to mount their attack, the operating system won't allow that access.
Okay. So these sound like pretty sophisticated mechanisms against sophisticated attacks. Are there certain types of attacks that sandboxing, sign code, and malware scanning are not particularly good at protecting against?
Yes. Well, certainly, as you say, there are many protections, and as an industry, it's been an arms race to innovate at all of these layers. But a challenge is that all the operating system can do is enforce what the user says they want the software to be allowed to do. And so through social engineering attacks, an attacker can often get access to things outside the sandbox by explicitly telling the operating system that that's what they want to have happen. I offered the example earlier about an attack that, under a pretense, asked for access to your photo library. Under normal circumstances, iOS doesn't allow an app sandbox to reach out of the sandbox and touch your photos. That's your private information. We don't want to give any app direct access to that. But if it's an app that has a legitimate reason that you want it to have access to your photos, there's a mechanism for the app to ask. Tell the operating system to ask you. The operating system will present you with a question. If you say allow, the operating system will essentially open up a hole in the sandbox, allowing the app to have access to the data that you've authorized. And so very often, malware is operating not by circumventing the kind of mechanisms we just discussed, the technical mechanisms, but rather through social engineering, fooling the user into giving them access to what they need.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the notarization and gatekeeper mechanisms on Mac OS?
Yes, I am.
And let's take one at a time. At a high level, what is notarization for Mac OS?
And so notarization is a process where when a developer has created some software that they wish to distribute, say over the internet from their website, they first sign that software with their certificate, and they then submit that software to an Apple server. And that Apple server performs an automated scan of that software to identify whether it contains any known malware. If it has known malware, then that request is dropped on the floor. If the software is determined by that automated scan to not have any previously identified malware, then it is essentially the app is notarized, and Gatekeeper will then, when the user subsequently downloads that software and tries to run it, the operating system will say, oh, look, this software has been notarized by Apple, so I have a higher confidence than I might otherwise in this software, and the user's prompted, and they can decide to go ahead and run that software.
And on the Mac OS system, is there malware scanning in any process other than the notarization process?
Yes. So macOS has some malware scanning mechanisms that predate the notarization service. One of them is called XProtect, that checks when a piece of software is run whether it matches a set of known signatures for malware.
Okay. Let's take a look at the representation of the wall in terms of defense mechanisms. Are the notarization and gatekeeper mechanisms additional measures on top of what we're looking at on the screen right now?
Notarization really fits into the signed code and malware scanning. So notarization is a form of server-side malware scanning coupled with signing, and then Gatekeeper is enforcing the signing.
Okay. And other than the notarization model, are there other ways to get apps on Mac OS?
Yes. The Mac is a system that many hobbyists and software developers use. Sometimes they're developing their own software and trying to run an application that isn't yet ready for distribution to anyone else. And so there are means for developers to say, I want to run the software even though it's not yet notarized.
And then does Apple also run a app store for the Mac system?
Oh, we do, yes.
Okay, and is that the Mac App Store?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go back to what's on the screen now. You mentioned that iOS and Mac OS has all three of these defense mechanisms. Does iOS have any additional layers of protection beyond what's available on Mac OS?
It does, and I think we did illustrate them in a addendum to this diagram.
All right, so let's take a look at demonstrative number 8. First, why does Apple add additional layers of defenses to the iOS system above and beyond what's there for Mac OS?
Well, what we're representing here is because of the factors, the economic factors that we talked about earlier, the iOS ecosystem presents a very attractive target that could fund a very large and active attacker base. We've seen this kind of thing formed for Windows and Android, and the attractiveness of iOS would tracked a lot of those red people. Those red people are supposed to indicate bad attacker people, and it's in part because of the opportunity that's represented by those large number of iPhones. The Mac, on the other hand, attracts a lot less attention.
Okay. Mr. Spalding, could you put up number 9? What's represented on the screen now, Mr. Federight?
So this is showing both on the left the set of security mechanisms on the Mac that we talked about earlier, and then on the right a high-level representation of the defense in depth in the iOS ecosystem.
All right, so let's take those one at a time. One of these additional layers in defense is reliability check. What is that?
So Sense software is part of app review. There are automated checks that are performed against applications, for instance, making sure they launch and they don't crash immediately. And when it comes to fraud, users don't want to pay for an app maybe that doesn't even run at all, and so certain kinds of automated checks can be performed to make sure that the app is actually working. Okay.
And then you've got a larger section called Human Policy Review. Briefly, what's represented by that?
There's a lot in there, and it represents the combination of a set of policies for apps in the iOS ecosystem, embodied in the App Store policies, and app review, having humans look at software in order to enforce those policies.
Okay. Mr. Spalding, if you could pull up number 10. Mr. Federight, I put up something else relating to the Human Policy Review. At a high level, what's represented on this demonstrative?
So on the left is a reviewer, and they are using the app review guidelines to assess an application that has been submitted for review. On the right are some illustrative kinds of things that are they check as part of their review process that contribute to our security defenses.
All right, so let's take these one at a time. The first one is marketing description.
Yeah, and it's one that on the surface you might say, what does that have to do with security? But in fact, it's probably the single most important thing that foils attackers, which is on the App Store, for an app to be reviewed, it has to represent what it does. It has to say, I am this app from this developer, I have this kind of functionality, I have these screenshots of what my app does. And what a human reviewer can do is then take a look at what the app is going to represent itself to the user as doing, and what the app actually does when it's run, and say, these two match. This is doing the same thing. This frustrates the attacker's most common technique, which is to impersonate being someone else, distributing something else. An attacker cannot, with any long-term success, hope to say, I am Adobe Flash to the App Store and have reviewers continuously approve that, oh, this is Flash, because we know there's only one Flash and there's Adobe, and a human reviewer can make that determination, which means an attacker can't take that popular piece of software that used to be popular and convince users, oh, you want to download that? Here it is, because the marketing description is going to be rejected by the App Store, and so the user's never going to see that when they go to download.
Okay. What is functionality in the context of human policy review?
Well, this is making sure that the app actually performs the functions it alleges to perform. If it doesn't, if it says it's a calculator and it's not actually a calculator, then this can be detected by a human reviewer.
Okay. And then what about entitlements?
Well, so we talked about some of the ways that a human can be socially engineered to authorize an app some access, perhaps to personal information. The way that's handled in iOS is governed by what we call entitlements. And so if a developer says, I have an app that I want this app to be able to ask users for access to their microphone, or I want to ask them for access to their contacts, they have to include in the submission a request for an entitlement. I wish to have the contacts entitlement. An app reviewer can then look at the purpose of the app and the entitlements the app is asking for and say, why is this calculator asking for permission to ask for health information? Why is it asking for permission to access the contacts? This makes no sense for this calculator. And at that point, the app won't be approved, and therefore the app will never be able to ask a user and try to fool or socially engineer the user into that request, because without the entitlement, they're not even allowed to make the request at runtime.
And then finally, on this list, what is physical safety?
Well, physical safety refers to checking for a class of applications that are inherently risky for users to run. So there have been cases of apps, for instance, that are speed test kind of things to see how fast your car is going and share it competitively with your friends. You can imagine that would bring about some pretty unsafe behavior, and unfortunately has. And so those are the kinds of things that the App Store will attempt to identify and block or take down if it's identified that some got through.
Got it. Mr. Spalding, let's go to number 11. So I think you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but what are some of the things that human policy review does for security that may not be present in some of the other layers that we've been talking about?
Well, all of the mechanisms that are enforced on machine are things that a machine really, the human policy review is the only place those can be accomplished, because a computer can't actually tell, is this an accurate marketing description? Can't actually tell when you run an app, is this app doing what the marketing description says? Those technical protections at the bottom are really only able to tell that the thing is doing what any computer program could do, as opposed to the one that is being represented to the user in that marketing description.
Okay. And then on the right-hand side, representing iOS, there's this centralized distribution. What is that in reference to?
So centralized distribution is how the software is actually distributed to the user, where the user goes to get software. I mentioned earlier that the Mac has a model where software can be distributed essentially from anywhere. You could hand someone a USB stick with some software on it. You could point them at any website, and they could download software from those locations. Centralized distribution refers to having a single point of enforcement and a single location that the operating system is required to go to in order to get software. And this is critical to actually ensuring that the user is getting the software from a reliable source.
If sideloading were to be allowed for iOS and Apple did not have centralized distribution, would that change have any impact on the security of the platform?
Oh, dramatically, yeah. No human policy review could be enforced because if software could be signed by people and downloaded directly, now you could put an unsafe app up and no one would have checked that policy. You could misrepresent, and as I said, the most common attack is to say, hey, I'm Microsoft Word, here I am, and you could represent it that way. And then you could even create a website that was indistinguishable to the human eye as to whether it was Microsoft or not. And now you think you're downloading legitimate software, and in fact, you're downloading a Trojan.
Mr. Federight, are you aware that...
So I'm going to ask the obvious question, and because it's come up so many times in the trial. There are multiple stores on the Mac. So that thing could happen on the Mac. Why can't why should we not allow the same stores to exist on the phone?
Yeah, it certainly is how it is done on the Mac, and it is regularly exploited on the Mac. iOS has established a dramatically higher bar for customer protection. The Mac is not meeting that bar today. And that's despite the fact that Mac users inherently download less software and are subject to a way less economically motivated attacker base. If you took Mac security techniques and applied them to the iOS ecosystem with all those devices, all that value, it would get run over to a degree dramatically worse than is already happening on the Mac. And as I say, today, we have a level of malware on the Mac that we don't find acceptable and that is much worse than iOS. Put that same situation in place for iOS, and it would be a very, very bad situation for our customers.
Okay, same question with the Android.
So Android has a considerable malware problem. Something like 50 times the malware of iOS. Some of that is a nuisance. Some of that is your bank account got stolen and you're not sure quite how it happened. And some of that is future risk of a cyber attack if someone gets a hold of an Android execution on an Android phone and uses it as a stepping stone to getting access to an industrial system or something else. So it is a problem for Android. With iOS, we've aspired to create something far more secure. All indications are that we have succeeded in doing so. We certainly don't want to slide back to the level of security that we're constrained to with a Mac-like product or something like Android.
Professor Mittens testified that there was no real difference between the Android attacks on the Android versus the iPhone. So what quantitative analysis do you have that would suggest otherwise?
Certainly every report I've read, including a recent Nokia report on malware, shows infections of Android devices at something like 30 times that of iOS. Previous reports have shown that to be even more skewed. If you look at the list of top malware afflicting users, you'll see Windows, Android, Windows, Windows, Android, Android on the list. You won't see iOS on that list. The results in the real world are just dramatically different, and it's well understood in the security community that Android has a malware problem and that iOS has succeeded in, so far, staying ahead of a malware problem.
Thank you. We were talking about the human policy review, Mr. Federight. Are you aware that despite Apple's best efforts, sometimes apps get through the human policy reviews that are against the Apple guidelines?
Yes, unfortunately, that certainly does happen.
And in that situation, do any of these mechanisms help Apple on the back end?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. From the attacker's point of view, they're thinking about the sort of total lifetime revenue earnings they can make from their malware, because it takes a lot of effort to get through all of these defenses. If with centralized distribution, out of the gates, they have a poor chance of getting through. Some do, the vast majority don't. But if they do, they can be pretty confident that eventually they're going to get shut down. And not only will this one instance of this one app get shut down, but then we will have learned and put additional improvements in place that mean that they can't follow up immediately with the same attack over and over. This is dramatically different than what we see on the Mac, unfortunately, without centralized distribution. So on the Mac, we see an attack, we block that malware, and before we've even finished blocking the old malware, they've mutated their malware into a different piece of malware and started distributing that one instead. And it's just an endless game of whack-a-mole because they always have distribution channels available to them to continue their attacks.
Okay. And with respect to iOS, does Apple's ability to take corrective actions after the fact have any impact on security, ex ante before the attack even happens?
Well, absolutely. I mean, this really gets to the deterrent effect. If attackers can't make a consistent business out of attacking the platform, they're less likely to ever mount the attacks in the first place, and that's one of the reasons there's just less malware ever presented to iOS users.
Okay. Mr. Federight, you testified earlier that one of the reasons Apple has a higher defense wall for iOS than macOS was the difference in the threat model. Are there any other reasons why the macOS has a different security design?
Yeah, some historical and some based on the nature of the product. The Mac, from the beginning, has been part of the generation of systems where the expectation is you can get software from wherever, you can hand it to your friend on a floppy disk and run it. That's part of the expectation. But Mac users also expect a degree of flexibility that is useful to what they do. Some of them are software developers, some of them are pros running very unique tools, and having that power is part of it. I think of it as if, you know, the Mac is a car that you can take it off road if you want, you can drive wherever you want, and that comes with, as a driver, you've got to be trained. There's a certain level of responsibility to doing that, but that's what you wanted to buy. You wanted to buy a car. With iOS, we were able to create something where, you know, children, heck, even infants, can operate an iOS device and be safe in doing so. So it's really a different product.
Okay. On both the iOS side and the macOS side, you mentioned earlier that there is malware scanning, although implemented slightly different. Is Apple equally successful at keeping out malware on macOS and iOS devices?
No, as I mentioned a moment ago, unfortunately we have a significant larger malware problem on the Mac.
And how does Apple know that?
So we on the Mac combat malware actively. We have, I mentioned XProtect earlier. We have another mechanism called MRT, the malware removal tool. As we become aware of malware through our own scans, as well as from reports from third-party antivirus and security companies, we remove that malware. We block that malware and we remove that malware. And in the case of the Mac, we find that we are having to block many instances of malware. I mean, roughly a couple a week, and sometimes infecting hundreds of thousands of user systems.
Okay. On the iOS side, is there a malware removal tool as well?
There is not.
Why not?
We've honestly never needed one. The level of malware, you know, we do a parallel effort on iOS. I think during the last year when the Mac had something like 130 unique pieces of malware we removed, iOS had 3, I think, and one of them wasn't through the App Store even.
Okay. So we've highlighted, you can take this down, Mr. Spalding, thank you. We've highlighted some of the differences between iOS and macOS. Overall, is the macOS a safe platform?
So I think, you know, safe if operated correctly. I think much like that car, you know, if you know how to operate a car and you obey the rules of the road and are very cautious, yes. If you're not, yeah, I've had a couple of family members who've gotten some malware on their Macs, but ultimately, I think the Mac can be operated safely.
Okay. Let's take a look at PX741, which is in your binder, but I'll ask Mr. Spalding to put it up as well. Do you recognize what's marked for identification as PX741?
I do.
Okay. First, is this a document that you personally put together?
No, it's not. I believe it's a marketing document from our website.
Okay. Let's turn to, I'll ask Mr. Spalding to just put up page 5 of this document. And first, you said, Mr. Federight, it's a marketing document. What product is it a marketing document for?
This is for macOS. It says at the top, macOS security.
Okay. And I want to ask you about some of the contents of page 5. And let's start on the left-hand side. Protection starts at the core.
Mm-hmm.
There is the first sentence here is technically sophisticated runtime protections in Mac OS work at the very core of your Mac to keep your system safe from malware. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you know generally what that's in reference to?
Yeah, all the kinds of protections we talked about earlier, the sandboxing kinds of mechanisms, ASLR, gatekeeper, et cetera.
Okay. And then let's go to the third line from the bottom. There's a list of technologies, and this page says that it makes it difficult for malware to do harm, and they ensure that processes with root permission cannot change critical system files. What is meant by making it difficult for malware to do harm?
What was referring to? I'm sorry. What was that?
What's the objection? Lack of foundation?
I think he just testified that it's not his document, it's a marketing document that he didn't write, and so I don't know how he's now going to interpret it, but.
Overall, I think he's got the foundation to answer that question, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Federight, do you have an understanding of any systems on the Mac that make it difficult for malware to do harm?
Yeah, so some of the things mentioned just above, like ASLR, like execute disable, like system integrity protection, are things that should malware end up on your system, but it may contain the kinds of damage that the malware can do. It mentions here not changing critical system files. There are some protections on the Mac to try to block malware from modifying the operating system itself. But again, with social engineering and other access malware has, when it achieves the kinds of access that's referred to here, it can often get access that's problematic.
All right. Let's take a brief look at the right-hand side of the same page. And the header here is download apps safely from the Mac App Store and the Internet. And let's just start at the bottom. The last sentence says, if there's ever a problem with an app, Apple can quickly stop new installations and even block the app from launching again. Are you familiar with any technologies on the Mac that matches that description?
Yes. So both things like XProtect as well as the ability in Gatekeeper to revoke developer signing certificates mean that when malware gets on Mac systems and we become aware of it, we can contain the spread by blocking potentially future executions of that same malware before it mutates again.
Okay. And then this paragraph starts with now apps from both the App Store and the Internet can be installed worry-free. Mr. Federight, from a security perspective, do you have an understanding of how Apple tries to position the Mac as opposed to other devices, PCs or laptops that consumers might be shopping for?
Yeah, we believe in PC class devices that the Mac is the safest platform available, and we aspire to build the mechanisms to make it the safest platform of its type.
And thank you. And Mr. Spalding, you can take that down. Mr. Federight, the judge has heard a bit about so-called on-device security. Have you heard that phrase used in connection with iOS before?
Yes.
And if I could ask Mr. Spalding to put back up number 11. Going back to this demonstrative, Mr. Federight, which of the defenses on the screen would you characterize as on-device security?
Potentially the bottom three. As I mentioned, some elements of the malware scan, signed code or code signature verification and sandboxing are enforced on device on the Mac. In the case of iOS, the malware scan is actually provided in the App Store review process as part of the submission process, but the bottom three can be executed on device.
Okay. And if going forward, iOS devices could rely only on device security mechanisms, would that have any impact on the security of iOS devices?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the question I answered earlier. I mean, my feeling is with the sophistication and the economic incentive of that red mob on the right, they can absolutely surmount a wall or walk around the wall that's there on the left.
There's also been some statements in this courtroom that maybe what Apple could do is replaced all of the mechanisms for
I go
iOS
with her.
with notarization gatekeeper technology.
No, don't take that off, baby.
Mac OS. And again, just using kind of the representation that's on the screen now, what would that look like in terms of the defense layers?
No, honey, she loves you. She's just tired and she's hot.
Notarization gatekeeper mechanisms.
It would look like the diagram on the left.
Okay. And what impact would that have on user experience?
It would subject iOS users to a huge decrease in their safety.
We've been talking about, and you've referenced several times, economically motivated attackers.
You keep stats on how many times you catch something beyond the bottom three on-device security dates.
Yeah, yes, we do. So, as I mentioned with the malware removal tool, by the time we get to the position of removing malware infections from customer devices, it's because that malware has essentially surmounted the bottom three, right? It's now become malware that's successfully exploiting user systems. We mentioned earlier that we issue about last year, since last May, about 130 distinct kinds of Mac malware had jumped over these fences, or these parts of the wall, and we had to remove them. Just one of those had infected 300,000 systems, for instance. There are also third parties. Malwarebytes is one that does reports on their estimates of malware that's actually cited or that they see in the wild. So it's our direct on the ground experience in fighting it where we see how much of it is occurring, and we do see that a good part of that malware is surmounting our notarization server defense. That something like 110 instances last year were cases where they successfully, because it was unknown malware to us and they had fake developer identities that had not been detected, they actually passed notarization and were able to distribute their malware and ultimately run on Mac systems.
You have 4 minutes. You have about 4 minutes before we take a break.
Okay, sure. We've been talking about economically motivated attackers. Does Apple have any concerns for iOS device users other than against economically motivated attackers?
No, we certainly do. There's a class of sometimes nation-state level or espionage attacks that are very targeted. These are extremely well-funded attackers who will perform extremely targeted attacks, often using previously unknown zero-day exploits to perhaps attack a political rival or a dissident journalist. These are not the kinds of things that affect the average person, of course. But there's a small community that it can be, obviously extremely perilous to as technology is exploited in this way. And so it's another big thing that we fight.
And do these kind of nation-state attacks, do they happen very frequently?
So compared to malware, no, because or traditional mass economic motivated malware, no. The nature of these attacks are the attacker discovers a very, very, very secret bug that costs often millions of dollars to obtain, and they deploy that bug. If that bug were discovered by us, and we often do discover them, we immediately shut it down. Essentially, we call that burning that vulnerability. Now it's useless to them. That millions of dollars is useless to them. So they have to be extremely surgical of when and where they use it. And in other words, against how many people they use it, because if they used it in a broad way, it immediately gets discovered. And if it gets discovered, it immediately gets shut down.
Okay. And just last question before the lunch break. So for the average user, is the nation-state attack kind of a common issue for the average user who's just buying the phone from the Apple store?
No, certainly not. But I don't want to downplay how important it is and how much we care in fighting it, but it is not something the average user would ever confront.
Thank you. Your Honor, would this be good time for a break?
Okay, we'll stand recess then until 12. Oh, wait, I'm off. Sorry, you gotta keep going.
Oh, all right.
20 more minutes. I was looking at 15 instead of 35. Maybe that was just wishful thinking. No offense to you, it's just one of my
None taken.
Okay, 20 more minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're back, Mr. Federight.
Okay. Quick break.
Outside of attacks by either mass exploitation attackers or nation state attackers, are there other issues that Apple is thinking about in terms of protecting iOS device users?
Yes, a major concern of ours is protecting users' privacy as well.
And when Apple is, or when you're thinking about protecting users' privacy, what is it that you're protecting the user from, or who are you protecting them from?
Well, when you use different apps and websites, it is possible for information to be collected about your activity, have that combined with personal information, have that collected and sold, for instance, to data brokers, to build an exhaustive profile that could learn things about you that would probably, surprise you could be known, and then use that information for a lot of purposes. So if your location could be determined at all times, they could learn not just about where you live and where you work and what bars you go out to at night, but what clinics you visited, what doctor you've seen. If they can monitor your internet searches, they may learn a lot about your politics. They may learn about a medical condition you or a loved one has. If they monitor your health data, they may learn about your pregnancy or your sexual habits or any number of things. And this information could be used to simply try to sell you more effective advertising, to target you more effectively. It often can embarrass you by revealing such targeted advertising in front of other people, but it also can be used to target you for essentially riling people up into activating people politically, activating them in ways that are detrimental to society, or you can end up in a filter bubble where, because of how you've been profiled unbeknownst to you, you're only seeing certain things. And it can also mean that the kinds of products that are offered to you, potentially the kind of insurance rates that are offered to you, reflect things that no one else should know about you. And so we try to make sure users are in control of their private information.
And are you familiar with some of the ways that Apple tries to protect user privacy?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Mr. Spalding, if you wouldn't mind putting up number 12. Mr. Federight, what information is on the screen right now?
So these are what we call our security pillars, kind of at the leftmost bullets on this list. Security is, of course, the foundation of privacy. If an attacker could access all your data without your control, well, then all bets are off. Data minimization is about making sure that apps only get the data that they need to do their job and no more. Transparency, control, those are other pillars of ours for protecting privacy.
Okay, so let's start with data minimization. What does that term mean?
Well, it really means minimizing the amount of information that any app gathers about you to be what it actually needs to do the job. So if you're playing a game, but that game tries to gather information about your location unnecessarily, why did it need that? If it tried to access your photo library unnecessarily, why did it need that? We try to restrict apps to only ask for and only obtain from the user information that's actually necessary for their purpose. Okay.
And we talked about entitlements earlier, so let's talk specifically about the incentivized access. And Mr. Spalding, if you could put up number 13. What are we looking at on the screen here, Mr. Federight?
Well, this is an example of a bad pattern that is against App Store policy with respect to incentivized access, which is while apps can ask for certain kinds of information, they are prohibited from asking for information, withholding functionality, for instance, if the user doesn't give up personal information. So in this case, an app is saying, well, it would like access to your contacts, and it asks the system to ask the user, and then the user, let's say, says, don't allow. Why do I want this thing to have access to my contacts? In this bad pattern, what this app then does is follow up with what we call incentivized access. Say, are you sure? If you just give us access to your contacts, we'll give you these great features like high-resolution photo back. And see, and can you just give me access to your so forth?
And then moving down, what is transparency?
So transparency means essentially making transparent to the customer what access an app has to their data, so they understand kind of what bargain they're making, what the consequences are of using that side. Apple rolled out the policy around what we call app privacy labels, and colloquially nutrition labels, that kind of serve the same purpose that nutrition summary information serves on the side of the box of cereal. You know, you might read the ingredients and say, I'm not sure what monosodium glutamate and high fructose corn syrup are, but you can look at the top and it'll say, okay, how many calories from sugar, how much protein, how much fat, and then I can compare products in ways that maybe I can reason about. With privacy labels, we seek to do the same thing, have developers submit accurate information to a set of coherent categories that we can then represent to the user in a way they can understand, so that before they make the decision to download an app, they have some understanding about how that app treats their data.
Okay. And what about control? What's being represented there?
Well, control is, it's one thing to have transparency to know what an app might be doing, and you could make the decision, well, based on that, I'm not going to use the app at all. But control gives you finer-grained ability to say, well, I do want to use this app, but I don't want to give this app access to my location. Or, as we see, and that's really what transparency, consent, and control, or TCC, as we call it internally, is. This example is Apple's own Maps app. Maps, of course, can make productive use of your location to help you get from where you are to maybe where you're going. Maps has to ask the system to ask the user to give access to location. The user could say, allow once, yep, for this time using the app, tell it where I am, but next time, ask me again. They could say, don't allow, I don't want this app to have access to my location. And the system will enforce that access. So that's a form of control.
Okay. And you mentioned app tracking transparency a little bit earlier, but what is that?
So app tracking transparency is an App Store requirement that if an app is engaging in activities to attempt to identify you and track your activities across multiple vendors' apps and websites, the kind of interacting with data brokers and trading information that we talked about earlier, that they have to ask the user's permission. And the user can say, allow that, sure, I'm okay with it. Or they can say, ask app not to track, in which case the App Store policies say that the app is not allowed to then engage in that activity.
Okay. Do some of these privacy measures involve mechanisms on the operating system and on the device?
Yeah, it's a combination of really working hand in hand between mechanisms in the operating system and enforcement through app review and the teeth of centralized distribution.
Okay. And Mr. Spalding, if you could put up number 19. And we talked a little bit earlier about the human policy review, and now we're seeing two more items down here. What's being represented here, Mr. Federight?
So in addition to the security-oriented review items we talked about before, the top four, we're showing that there are additional items that are part of App Store review policies that are enforced by app review. By reviewing the app, is this app participating in incentivized access? Did this app present a nutrition label or not? And these become criteria to not participate in the app ecosystem, that you need to respect the user's privacy in these ways with transparency and control.
Earlier on, when we were looking at the wall representations, we talked about centralized distribution and how that relates to security. Is there any relationship between centralized app distribution and privacy control measures?
Yeah, absolutely. Many of these policies we know of no way to purely enforce them on device. It is important that a human can look and spot that pattern of incentivized access. No computer can run that program and say, hold on, why are they trying to convince the user to give up their email address before they can play this level on the game? A human can make that determination. And without centralized distribution, there are many entities who would love to get around these privacy protections. They have an economic incentive potentially to do so. If they could distribute outside the App Store and thereby avoid having to deal with these App Store guidelines, they likely would. And so these protections really are only enforceable through app review and centralized distribution.
Let's change subjects a bit. Are you familiar with something called the Enterprise Program?
Yes, I am.
And what is it at a high level?
So the Enterprise Program for a developer program for iOS apps is meant to enable companies, larger companies, who have apps they build for the use of their own employees. These aren't apps they want to sell to the general public. These are apps that either maybe it's the app to order from their cafeteria and they've got an internal app for that purpose, or maybe it's something that's much more like core intellectual property, like Pixar building an app for designers to use to do 3D modeling. They want to build that app internally. They want to provide it just to their employees, but they don't want to sell it to others. And the Enterprise Program is meant to give them an ability to do that.
Okay. And the documents in your binder that I'll ask Mr. Spalding to put it up, let's take a look at TX2519 for identification. Mr. Federight, do you recognize the document that's on the screen right now?
Yes. It is a description of the Developer Enterprise Program from Apple's developer website, I believe.
Okay. And let's take a look at the bottom half of the page where it talks about eligibility, and there's 5 bullet points underneath that. Can you explain, just at a high level, what the eligibility requirements are for the Enterprise Program?
Yeah, essentially, this is saying, does this use fit the criteria I described, which is, are you a meaningfully large organization? Are you trying to develop software that's for your internal employees' use, not to distribute outside? And do you have systems to ensure that the only people that are going to run these apps are, in fact, your employees, and that others aren't going to end up getting a hold of these apps?
Do you have an understanding of why Apple has these restrictions in place for the Enterprise Program?
Yes, the primary protection here against this being used to distribute malware, for instance, is that you think an employer typically will not be attacking their own employees. That if you're developing software for your own employees to run, there's a specific trust relationship and dependency between the employer and the employee. And as long as the software stays within that relationship, you no longer have attacker or victim as the dynamic.
Do enterprise apps undergo Apple's human app review process?
They do not.
And if they don't undergo app review, is it fair to say that the Enterprise Program apps are safe because the on-device systems are plenty sufficient to protect end users?
No, not at all.
Okay, and so what mechanisms, and you may have mentioned a little bit already, but what mechanisms are in place to protect users of apps that are distributed through the Enterprise Program?
Well, the primary one is establishing a trust relationship between the enterprise and the employee. So for an employee to run an app from their employer, they need to install what's called a profile on the device that says, I am an employee of this organization, and I trust the software that they would provide to me. And then we're relying on the enterprise themselves to safely use the software and not distribute bad software to employees. So you could think of the incentive system there to be different than it would be for a malware attacker who's trying to get onto any consumer's device.
Does Apple's enterprise program demonstrate that the iOS platform can be perfectly safe, even if there were widespread distribution of apps without undergoing app review?
Or, not at all. I mean, actually quite the opposite. This has been an area of significant abuse. So even though we have the practices that are described here, there has been a pattern of fake companies signing up for these enterprise accounts and using them to set up alternate app stores. And those app stores are absolutely full of Trojan and virus software. And in fact, that recent Nokia report I mentioned recently was talking about that it was third-party stores generally, in fact, in that case, that were the primary source of malware being distributed in the Android environment. But in the iOS environment, we have seen all manners of attack through these both piracy, kind of illegal activity apps, and very often malware.
And these enterprise program abuses where there's malware and attacks, do they still involve the employer-employee relationship where it's an employer attacking their employees?
No, in this case, this fraudulent entity that's claiming to be a company sets up their app store and then tells their broad clientele that aren't employees at all, saying, hey, look, if you want to get, this cheap software or free software or whatever it is, just install this profile. They come up with some explanation for why that's okay. And then the user downloads it and then can download the software as a now pretend employee of this pretend company.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Spalding, you can put that one down.
So he's now mentioned these Nokia reports a couple of times. Are they in evidence, going to be in evidence?
Your Honor, they are on the stipulation that's been submitted, and our expert who is going to be true witnesses after Mr. Federight, we will be discussing them live. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Proceed. This time, 5 minutes.
All right. I want to ask you, Mr. Federight, about the consequences of opening up iOS to sideloading. Suppose that going forward, anyone and everyone could distribute apps directly to iOS device users. What impact, if any, would that have on overall security?
As I mentioned earlier, I think it would be pretty devastating setback for iOS security. I think we would see the kinds of effects that have been experienced on Windows and on Android, in that it would become commonplace for users to be directed to download misleading, misrepresented software from untrusted sources where they'd be subject to malware.
What if we didn't open the gates wide open? What if we said that only certain selected and trusted stores could operate, but it would be more than just Apple being able to operate its app store?
I guess I'm not sure how that would work. I mean, I'm not sure who would identify. Does Apple get to pick who the trusted stores are, or does someone else? And who would validate that they are trusted, and what enforcement mechanisms would there be if they behaved in an untrustworthy manner? And how would you, as we've seen with the enterprise program where we've attempted to identify trustworthy entities, in effect there's a lot of fraud around where non-trustworthy entities are constantly popping up. And now once that free distribution mechanism exists, you get directed to a counterfeit app store, you can easily get fooled.
If the app distribution were to be open to alternate stores, couldn't some users who are more conservative about security simply say, I'm just going to continue to shop at the Apple App Store, I'm not going to go to any other store? Isn't that a possible choice that they could make for their own security?
Well, unfortunately, in practice, very often not. If developers wanted, for instance, to get around certain App Store policies protecting privacy or other rules, they may make their app only available through an alternate app store or for side loading. And users may need that app. Where today that app will be on the App Store and will conform with Apple's policies. In this future world, in fact, many of those apps may no longer be available in the App Store. Maybe will no longer have gone through app review. And if the user needs that app for their job, for school, to be in the right social group with their friends, whatever it is, they may have no choice but to go get it from the only place it's available, which may not be the App Store.
What if I defy the social conventions? In other words, I'm strict about just going to the Apple App Store, and even if my job requires me to go to another app store to download an app, I say no. I'm just going to stick to the Apple App Store. If that's me, am I just as safe, say, a year from now in an open distribution system as I am today shopping at the Apple App Store?
What we've seen happen in the Windows ecosystem, unfortunately, the answer is no. Essentially, there is an exploitation innovation economy out there. If you start feeding the blood supply of attackers with a revenue model around exploiting our users, they start to develop sets of people with that expertise, start developing tool chains, start figuring out more and more ways to attack the platform. Once that base of attackers gets highly funded and develops those tools, they start to turn those tools on the largest audience they can in any means they can. And Microsoft had security problems back in the day. For the last 20 years, they've actually done a lot of good work to try to improve their on-device security mechanisms. Nonetheless, to this day, they are continue to be the most exploited platform simply because they built up that base of motivated, educated attackers that mount ever more sophisticated attacks on the platform. And iOS is an attractive enough ecosystem that it could result in a similar thing if it gets that source of blood supply from not the responsible user like you, but the rest of the users who start the ball rolling.
Okay. That was a good time.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll stand in recess until 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you.